Now, we're going to try to go through and get you out of here at a decent hour. So we will do that. For the most part, we'll try to vote on things as a block if we can, unless we have a controversial thing. But the first thing we're going to start out with is we'd like to introduce the staff. And I would like for you not only to introduce yourself, but tell me what office you're working in. Okay, who wants to start first? I'll let the head of the department start that.
Thank you, Chair Snowden. I'm Ramona Bartos. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. Good to see everyone.
Morning, I'm Jeff Smith. I'm the National Registry Coordinator at SHPO, and I'm based in the Raleigh office.
I'm Laura Poole. I'm the address coordinator for the Eastern Branch, based in the Greenville office. I'm Beth King. I'm the Technical Survey Coordinator, and I'm Austin Nashville. I'm Kelly Malloy, and I'm an Architectural Survey Specialist.
Claudia Brown, former supervisor of the Survey and National Registry Branch, and currently a part-time Survey and National Registry Specialist.
It's good to see you back.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I'm the Preservation Specialist based in the Western office.
I'm Julie Smith, National Register and Survey Specialist.
Rebecca Spanbauer, I'm Architectural Survey Specialist in Raleigh.
Sarah Woodard, I'm the branch supervisor for the Survey and National Register branch.
I am Sharon Hope on the National Register Program. What am I?
Coordinator, that would be
Okay. All right, now we need to introduce ourselves.
you.
I'm sorry.
I'm Lori Thompson. I'm with the Environmental Review Branch Coordinator.
I'm Dallas, environmental review. I'm the environmental review specialist for programmatic payments and centers.
So I apologize. I'm used to seeing guests sitting over there and I do them last. Okay. Dr. Menard, would you introduce yourself and where you're from?
I am from Greenville, North Carolina, of course, retired ECU history professor. And I also serve on the North Carolina Historical Commission.
Valerie Ann Johnson, and I also serve on the North Carolina Historical Commission, and I chair the Acton Heritage Commission.
Matt Jorgensen, I'm an archaeologist. I live here in Raleigh, and this is my last meeting, so I appreciate the 6 years and 18 meetings of the NRC.
I'm Josie Ward. I'm an architectural historian in Asheville.
Fred Belladin, I'm an architect in Raleigh.
I am Sean Patch. I'm an archaeologist with New South Associates in Greensboro.
And I'm Barbara Snowden, and I am the chairman of this committee and also on the Historic Commission. And I'm from the northeastern North Carolina part. I go as far as you can go to east and not following the ocean or be in Virginia. And I had a purpose for asking you specifically where you were from and where you worked. Because in talking to people over the state, they think all of the work is done in Raleigh. And I wanted people who are watching this to know that not only is our staff covering the state, but that also our board is covering the state. I think that's a very important point to make. All right. I need to know if there is any conflict of interest of any of the things that we're coming to.
I may, because I also chair Preservation North Carolina Board, and I know that the Gaudet Hotel is one that we've had interest in and working with the family, so I don't know. I think I may need to recuse myself from.
Okay.
If we talk about, the way we talk about it, it's just on the study list, so.
I do have a question about quorum if we do have.
Okay.
Oh.
That will be on the study list and it should have,
Okay, all right.
However, I also have to recuse myself from the Walton Street Park and Pool vote as I prepared the nomination. So hopefully we'll have a quorum by then.
Right, if we don't.
We have a quorum now, but
Now, so we
would lose a quorum unless we gain another member.
When we reach those properties, if you will take a break and have a cup of coffee or a Coke.
Mayor, this is a question I may have one, but I want to ask is for the Old Oak Cemetery. Didn't have anything to do with the study list application, but my company did some work there previously. I don't know if that qualifies me or not. So I'll ask for your guidance.
If you feel uncomfortable, Mr. Patch, I would say recuse yourself.
Could offer a friendly suggestion, worst case scenario, maybe we flip the order of some of the things.
Yes, okay. All right. All right,
With the older cemetery, that is just a study with application, I don't know that. I think it's on for you to say.
Okay.
Yeah, but you feel uncomfortable.
I would rather stay, but I want to make sure that it's clear. I was asked personally. So
And that's what I'm thinking about the Gaudet is that I don't think we have a financial interest.
I think we have had members of the PMC's board stay for discussing the things that you've been involved in with, involving the property. It's really,
Okay.
if there's the rules have to do with financial benefit. So I don't know.
But if there's discomfort, if you believe it
There
will
is
create an
discomfort.
appearance of.
Err on the side.
yeah,
There you are.
all right. We had another member join us. If you will state your name and where you're from, sir.
David Brookstone, Winston-Salem.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're starting with the Eastern region. Oh, I'm sorry, I
Do we do the
forgot one thing. Yes, you're right. People, I will publicly state this. My brain is in a fog, and so if I go off track, y'all just pull me back on track and tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Probably at this point, probably in a smoke haze.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. I think that's, okay. All right. Our minutes, are there any corrections to our minutes?
Yes, I had actually emailed Julie Smith with my corrections. I had 3. Should I go over them or just let the record show that I sent
Well,
them to Julie?
please state them.
I will pull those up. On page 2, I added the word TOO to the sentence. Mr. Smith responded with that we did receive it from a local historic resources commission, along with one of them from the mayor's office. It was just too late to put on the website. Third paragraph of page 4, it said we took a break at 11:18 AMA. I said to strike the second A from the end of that. And then in page 5, in the 4th full paragraph, there was just an awkwardly worded sentence that I added some words to. It's Matt Jorgensen wanted clarification of staff's recommendations because is not drastically altered and restored in kind, because the property is not drastically altered and has been restored in kind.
All right. Are there any other corrections? I was not at the meeting, so I have to ask you if this was correct. On page 3, I was talking, it said several businesses opened in Gastonia. Y'all were discussing the pumping plant in Mooresville. Do you mean that several businesses opened in Mooresville? Because Gastonia is 2 counties over.
I recall.
We could have been talking about multiple lines at the same time because the way voting goes, I don't know, just.
Well, that was actually in the write-up on the pumping station.
Okay.
We can go back. And
Yeah.
I think you need to check on that. All right, do I have a motion to approve the minutes with the additions and going back and checking that one thing?
I move approval.
Is there a second? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And nays? I'll say that after you corrected me the last time. All right, the minutes are approved. All right, we're going to, is there anything, Ramona, that you would like to tell us? Give us a report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Snowden. Just really quickly, in the interest of time, I just wanted to mention we've had a retirement and we've had 2 folks come and join our division, and I wanted to recognize them and also give you some takeaways as well. One is the gentleman who introduced himself last is Lon Cowell, and he is coming to us to work with the environmental review branch, and we're really thrilled because we have more than we can handle. And so more hands are very welcome. And so I'd like, maybe if you don't mind, to stand up and just say hello. And he shares something in common with Hannah Beckman Black. He's a Mary Washington alumnus, and with me and Sarah, a University of Georgia alumnus. But beyond that, please tell us more about yourself, Sarah. Welcome.
Yeah, I did my undergrad at Mary Washington and I graduated at UGA. I've been in CRM for the last 10 years, doing professional archaeology as well as H1's architectural history, stuff like that. But yeah, just kind of mostly been working around the Mid-Atlantic, mostly Virginia and North Carolina. But yeah, just happy to join the environment review branch.
We're glad to have you. And she's not with us today, but Leslie Leonard has come up from the Museum of the Cape Fear, so already working in our department, but she is now our new highway historical marker coordinator. Ansley Wegner, who many of you know, was promoted. This is in the historical research office. She was promoted to supervisor, so that made that vacancy. And also Tim Simmons is not with us today because he has retired as of last month. With 33 years of service. And during that time, I would say the vast majority of our historic tax credit work was done under his oversight. And it's going to be hard to replace someone who is as collegial and expert as Tim. So we'll have a gathering. We'll make sure all of you get invited to that when he returns from later. And also, you already knew this lady in a different role, but this lady was promoted. Sharon Hope was promoted from our architectural survey file room into the national assistant. So she's following in some good footsteps. And so we're really thrilled to have her in that role as well. And then I just wanted to mention to you, I've been working on our state plan. Get ready to start another 10-year state plan. And so I've had the opportunity to have some reflection. I want to thank Beth King especially because she put this together and I just kind of organized it. But we have done in 2013 to 2022, and some of these are ongoing. We've had 68 architectural surveys. I'll just pass that around so you can see that. And that really has covered the state. And you oftentimes see the results of those through the study list and then ultimately into the National Register. I just want to acknowledge all that hard work. And Beth, I think you're spinning the equivalent of 17 plates right now with others that are going on. So you'll see more of the fruits of those labors. And then I also just wanted to pass out to show you sort of other projects, many of which we have consulted on or encouraged or in fact have applied for ourselves. This is a National Park Service list of all of the grants that they have offered to constituents in North Carolina, including our office or our agency. So I think you'll agree that it's pretty outstanding and also reflects our interest in having a very holistic approach to historic preservation in North Carolina. So I just wanted to share those and I'll leave those for your scrutiny at lunchtime. So with that, Chair Snowden, I'll turn it back over to you and thank you. I just want to acknowledge the staff, about hardworking people, but I think you already know that, but I want to acknowledge just how conscientious they all are, productive.
And I'd like to thank you and your staff on behalf of Shaw University, because we have received several now grants from the Park Service to help restore some of our buildings. And I think that a lot of it has to do with the work that y'all have been doing in the state. So they recognize the capacity is here. And so we are very pleased. Thank you.
We have joining us, Dr. Waters. I'll give you a minute to sit down for a second and take a deep breath, and then we'll turn it over to you. What you'd like to share with us?
You know, it would probably be a repeat of what I said every single time. You don't need to hear that again, but I'm glad to be here. Thanks for letting me late and join you all. I'm looking forward to the presentations I can sit through today. But again, just want to thank you all for being here and for your dedication to this. Good to see Sean. We've had some, I don't know if Sean has shared with you, but we've had some deep conversations about some things related to the work here in the department. And I deeply appreciate the advocacy that he wants to do for the team here. Because I want to thank the team for their very, very hard work that they do. And so can't thank you enough for that. So thank you for sitting here and I look forward to proceeding and moving ahead. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I make an administrative announcement?
Yes.
There are parking passes available.
Ooh.
Our colleague Sharon can help you with that. So please get up with Sharon if you are interested in such an opportunity.
That is a very new thing. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, are we ready to start with the Eastern Branch? Okay. And Ms. Poole, I think you're up.
Hold on, wait for it. Let's see. I do this. Nope. Good. All right. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm starting off the day with the Golden Astor and Ruth Holly Franks house. So this is the first National Register nomination that I have to present to you today. And it is located in Edenton, North Carolina. In 2020, the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources received an African-American Civil Rights Grant from the Historic Preservation Fund to rehabilitate the Franks House, serve as part of a state historic site. And in 2020, the Franks' daughter, Dr. Goldie Franks Wells, conveyed the property to the state for use as a historic site, and this nomination was completed as part of that grant. The Franks House is located in Edenton in Chowan County. It's situated on the north side of the Edenton Historic District, which was listed in the National Register in 1973 and then expanded in 2007 to include some additional properties on the north side of town. The Franks House is located within that expanded boundary and is a contributing resource to the district. The Franks House is located on the north side of Peterson Street in a historically African-American neighborhood of late 19th century and early 20th century houses. The Golden Astor and Ruth Holly Franks House is locally significant under criterion A and B in the areas of civil rights for its association with civil rights leader and activist Golden Astor Franks throughout his productive career. The period of significance for the Franks House begins in 1958 when the Franks purchased and renovated the house and ends in 1973. Although they remained in residence and continued to be active within the civil rights movement, the period after 1973 is not particularly significant, and all major changes to the house occurred during that period as well. So Golden Astor Franks was born in 1920 in Wampie, South Carolina, but he and his family moved to Harbor City, North Carolina in 1929. After completing 10th grade, he left Harbor City to find work and secured a position as a caretaker for a disabled child in Edenton. While in Edenton, he became actively involved in the African-American community, serving as the president of the Youth Improvement Society and a member of the Junior Civic League. In 1942, he married his wife, Mildred Ruth Holly, and 1 week later, he enlisted in the U.S. Army and was sent to Iran as a member of the Transportation Corps during World War II. Ruth actually stayed in Edenton, just a few doors down on Peterson Street, living with her parents, from a few doors down from their future home. And their only child, Goldie Ann, was born there in 1942. Franks returned to Edenton when he was discharged from the military in 1945. And in 1948, he moved to Washington, D.C. to attend the Capitol School of Photography. During his time in D.C., he participated in demonstrations, sit-ins, and attended Black Democratic Club meetings and heard speakers from the NAACP. Franks also met Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and attended lectures from Paul Robeson and Thurgood Marshall. The experiences and relationships that he built during Washington, D.C. Informed his career throughout his active career. Let's see. The Franks returned to Edenton in 1954, and in 1958, Ruth Franks purchased the house at 122 West Peterson Street. The Franks renovated the house, cladding the exterior and asbestos shingle siding and renovating the interior. And this is 1960, so fairly soon after that renovation is what it looked like for most of its life. And they moved in late 1958. The Franks house soon became known as the Freedom House due to its function as a meeting place, march origination point, and accommodation for civil rights activists. The Franks hosted a myriad of national civil rights leaders at the Freedom House, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Diane Judith Nash, and Reverend Wyatt P. Walker, among many, many others. Golden Franks organized and participated in countless acts of civil disobedience throughout his career, and I'm going to give you a brief overview. There's as you can read in the nomination, he was very active and kind of traveled all over the place. But I'm going to give you a brief overview here, kind of focusing on a few things that happened in North Carolina. So in 1960, he led a group of 11 teenagers to picket the Taylor Theater in Edenton in protest of the theater's discriminatory seating policy. The demonstration, among the earliest of its kind in Eastern North Carolina, launched a campaign for civil rights in Edenton that lasted until the mid-1960s. The Edenton movement, as it became known, would serve as a model for civil rights activism in northeastern North Carolina. Franks assisted Black communities with civil rights campaigns throughout the 1960s. In 1963, Dr. King appointed Franks as a field secretary for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and he traveled throughout Eastern North Carolina and the Southeastern United States, organizing acts of civil disobedience. From 1963 to 64, he led protests against racial discrimination in Williamston. This is actually from the March on Washington in 63, and Jacqueline Bond, Shropshire, participated in the Williamston protests as well. So they went together to the March on Washington. Let's see, from 65 and 66, he led demonstrations in Plymouth, Hertford, and Windsor. In 68, he helped organize demonstrations, sit-ins, and a 184-mile march from Swans Quarter to Raleigh in response to the Hyde County Board of Education's discriminatory plan to integrate the county's public schools. 1 year later, on the anniversary of Dr. King's assassination, Franks led a 250-mile march from Asheville to Raleigh to memorialize Dr. King and promote voter rights, equitable hiring practices, school desegregation, and the abolition of the death penalty. Franks continued to employ nonviolent protests as a means of achieving social justice throughout the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. He championed causes ranging from environmental justice to affordable housing to Native American rights. His charisma and showmanship attracted large crowds and media attention to marches and rallies, and his engaging personality and political acumen made him an effective coordinator of civil disobedience campaigns. Golden Franks died on July 19th, 2004. Now I'm going to give you a quick tour of the Franks house. This is the exterior of the house. It was originally built in 1880, but then it was renovated again in the 50s and then in the 70s, and that's what it looks like today. This is the result of the 70s renovation. This is a view of the east elevation to the left and the west and rear elevations to the right. The carport and the rear addition were added in the 70s. This is the storage building, which is a non-contributing structure. It was built in the 80s. It's to the rear of the house. Moving to the interior, you can see the kitchen on the left and then a portion of the living room and then the stair to the right. And then this is the bathroom, a bedroom, and the study on the first floor. Very colorful. The interior is very colorful and also very intact. There's a lot of original features from the period in which the baby lived here. So it looks very much the same as it did. And this is the second floor, the hallway, kind of the stairway hallway area, and then the 2 bedrooms on the second floor. So the National Register boundary shown here encompasses the entire quarter-acre parcel and a small portion of public right-of-way immediately adjacent to the property. The boundary includes all the land and resources historically associated with the property, including the house, which is contributing, and the storage building to the rear, which is not contributing. You can see them here marked with the arrows and the little labels. So, in summary, the Golden Asser and Ruth Holly Franks house is locally significant under criterion A and B in the areas of civil rights for its association with civil rights activists Golden Asser Franks, and the period of significance extends from 1958 to 1973. I also want to note that we received CLG comment from the mayor of Edenton and the Edenton Historic Preservation Commission, and they believe the nomination meets criteria for listing in the National Register. I recommend that the property be listed. That's all I have.
Are there any questions?
No, I just have a comment. That is really exciting to see the progress that has happened with the house and becoming a site, and that the work that has been done to extend and expand the story of civil rights to the East. A lot of it gets very centered in our Triangle Triad area, and Charlotte thrown in every now and again. And so to get this particular structure on the register is helping to expand that story and help us understand that without people like Golden Franks and his family, the civil rights movement would have not been able to be sustained. It's telling us what was happening all across the South in these smaller communities. Well, thank you.
Oh, I'm happy to do it. He has an absolutely fascinating life, and I was really glad to read the nomination and present it to you today.
And the interesting thing, I I found a lot of information in the footnotes. I hope all of you read those footnotes.
Yes.
Very, very knowledgeable. Yes.
Chair Snow, if I could echo Dr. Johnson's comments, it's not on the list I gave you, it was 2020, I believe, but Sarah Woodard wrote a successful application for us to study sites associated with civil rights movement in northeastern North Carolina that got National Park Service funding for a civil rights grant. And so that report's just about tucked away. So we look forward to sharing that with you. And Sarah, if you don't mind, maybe speak to our thoughts where we're going with this after that part's complete.
Sure. So this first project was mainly an oral history focused project to go out into northeastern North Carolina, which we defined as 95 and 64, and find places, talk to people to help identify and find places that should be documented and recorded, and put those in a prioritized list that sort of prioritizes importance, but also threat. And the next phase is going out into the field and actually surveying those, and hopefully that will be followed on by National Register nomination. So I'm hopeful that in a year or two, you'll see some study lists come forward out of this.
Is there any ideas of going with like a multiple property, like the whole area or something of that nature?
I don't know that I mean, maybe we need to do the survey work first and kind of see what takes out of that.
But I always wanted to acknowledge that we were doing that project because we agreed with you. There's always a hyper focus on seemingly the Piedmont, and there were other things going on elsewhere.
So now we have to look westward.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we have to do some more exploring in the east.
Yes.
Yeah, it's still-
You and I are block vote on that. Thank you very
I had
much.
a question. Why is it only locally significant?
That's how it's defined currently in the nomination.
Certainly say to have a broader.
I came into this later, so I wasn't part of that initial conversation in terms of what its eligibility was.
That's probably mostly a question for John, really. I don't know if John worked much with this nomination, because it kind of was going before you came in as well. So without John here to help us out, I'm not exactly sure why they it's to list it locally,
Sure.
Obviously. But I don't know why they didn't go for statewide.
It seemed to have plenty of evidence to support, more than levels.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you, but I don't know, I don't know how that decision took out.
That was before my time, so I wasn't part of that conversation either, but that's certainly a question I can ask John Wood. So, any further questions?
Let's move on to the next one, and then we'll vote as a region on this.
All right. There's my mouse. Hard to see with the glare here.
All right. Good morning, everyone, again. I have presenting to you today the National Register nomination for the Holtz Chapel School. Oops, how do we do this? Excuse me, Holtz Chapel School, shown here as a red star, is located in a sparsely populated rural area in Pamlico County, 5 miles to the east of the town of Oriental. Holtz Chapel School was constructed in 1922 as a Rosenwald Fund school. It was also partially funded by local Black citizens. Holtz Chapel School opened for students in kindergarten through 8th grade, serving 5 surrounding communities. It is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places at the local level of significance under criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage. Its significance derives from its association with Black education in Pamlico County from 1922 to 1963, the period during which it enrolled students in a racially segregated school district. Holt Chapel School also meets criterion C for its architectural significance as an intact three-teacher rural schoolhouse plan. The frame building with its proportion massing and character-defining features such as open pier brick foundation and the banks of oversized windows on the west elevation exemplified the architectural standards set forth by the Rosenwald Fund in the early 1920s. The school occupies a nearly square 5.88 parcel site. The building is oriented to points on a compass as specified by the Rosenwald Fund. Facing east, the school is situated near the middle of the parcel, surrounded on the west and south by over 4 acres of dense forest. The white line is the proposed National Register boundary, which follows the tax parcel and is also historically associated with the school. As in Rosenwald School Subtype 2, Holt Chapel School displays minimal detailing, a simple rectangular form with slightly projecting porches, fake craftsman style detailing, evidenced in its wide overhanging eaves and rafter tails. The school retains a high degree of historic integrity, including location, setting, design, workmanship, and materials. Surviving physical features, including overhanging eaves, fenestration, the arrangement of interior classrooms, support spaces, and intact interior finishes, asserts the integrity of feeling. Integrity of association comes from its history as a school built for Black children with partial support from the Rosenwald Fund and the building's ability to convey that history through the retention of character-defining features. Profuse natural light provided by copious windows, a significant feature of Rosenwald schools, comes from the 17 2/2 double hung wood sash that span the entire west elevation. The original windows were replaced in the 1970s with incompatible vinyl sash, and the current windows are not original, but were handcrafted and installed in 2021. Much care was taken to restore these really significant, important windows. The current floor plan still retains the original room configuration. The 3 main classroom extends side by side on a north-south axis. Across the building's main body, the school retains key features required by the fund that embody progressive era ideas of lighting, ventilation, and flexibility in layout. The interior remains or retains its original layout and plan finishes typical of the Rosenwald Fund schools. Removable partitions allow for the creation of one large space. Currently, the partition doors between the 2 southernmost classrooms have been removed but retained in possession of the school's trustees. The southernmost classroom contained the stage. Classrooms retain original molding, trim, blackboards, and paneled wood doors. The partitions are oversized doors of rail and style construction with beaded board panels. Unlike most Rosenwald schools where classroom walls are either hinged or hung on a rail system, the doors are held in place with slide bolts. It is likely the entire interior was originally unpainted, but could not be confirmed. The industrial classroom, which contains a simple kitchen, retains beadboard walls and ceiling, but its floor is covered in vinyl or modern vinyl. The cloakrooms have been converted to restrooms. Built circa 1950, the tubular steel swing set is a contributing structure and sits southwest of the building. So while over 800 Rosenwald Fund schools were built in North Carolina, the majority have been lost to demolition or neglect. Holt's Chapel School stands as an intact representation of a progressive era effort to improve education for Black children during the Jim Crow era. Holt's Chapel is the most intact Rosenwald school in Pamlico County. One of the Rosenwald school, the Messick School two-teacher plan remains standing but is diminished integrity. In sum, the Holt's Chapel School is being nominated at the local level under criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage, and criterion C in the area of architecture with a period of significance from 1922, the date of construction, to 1963, the school's closure. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions? Or I can also show you pictures if you want to look at those again.
Any questions? Comments?
No.
If not, I will accept a motion to accept the nominations from the Eastern Region.
Oh, before we get to that motion, I was thinking about your comment, about the Frank's house being just locally significant when, if it was called the Freedom House, I think it probably does have at least statewide significance. Can you all verify and make that change if warranted?
The change in significance requires to come back to NRAC.
Yes.
Oh, it would have to.
But it can be amended
Yeah.
to increase the level of significance.
It's given at a later date.
Okay, that
I'm happy to
works.
speak with John Wood once he's back in town about that process, because it's more of a time.
Right.
He would be the one that, up in listening to the local level or if that's something.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to accept the Eastern Regions two and our property nominations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Guys, carry. Thank you.
Madam Chair, might we acknowledge that Dr. Holmes Brothers has joined us?
Oh, yes, how are you?
I'm well, how about yourself?
Nice to have you with us. Okay, all right, the Western Region?
Right. So I have 3 nominations for you all today from the Western Region. The first is the Boyce K. and Kitsy McLam Miller House. Located in Buncombe County.
Interrupt you, but since Josie is going to recuse herself in the middle, can we adjust
Okay,
adjust it to do the first and last one and then
yes,
recuse?
that will be fine.
Yep, that sounds good. Okay, so located in Buncombe County, approximately 5 miles southeast of Asheville. It is being nominated for local significance under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an outstanding 2-story log and stone rustic revival style dwelling. The period of significance is circa 1936, corresponding to the date of construction. The Millers were both public school employees in Eastern North Carolina, but built this house as a mountain retreat near Fairview, where Mr. Miller grew up. The house became their full-time residence in 1946 and remained in the family until purchased by new owners in 2021. The house stands along US 74 Charlotte Highway at the rear of an approximately 3-acre tract. The rustic landscape is a contributing site, complete with mature trees, native plantings, a pond, wading pool, and stone fountain. Other resources on the site include 1 contributing structure, an outdoor fireplace, and 1 non-contributing building, a pump house, which, as you can see, is very deteriorated. The house is one of the largest and most distinctive examples of a rustic revival style residence from the period in the county. It is built of pole log construction and native materials from the surrounding area. The house has a remarkably high degree of historic integrity. I'm sorry, this is moving faster than I don't know if anyways, this is what it's supposed to be on. It has a high degree of historic integrity inside and out. So now for a tour, this is a closer up view of the front elevation. At the rear are entrances to the 2 second-story apartment units. So behind these trees right here is the other entrance and porch, and it's identical to the one pictured. And these were used as guest suites for friends and family. And this is the rear elevation below those second-story porches. And the porch on the north side of the house. The interior features a large living room with double-run stairs, a dining room and kitchen to the north, and a bedroom and bedrooms and bathrooms to the south. Most spaces retain original finishes, including wood floors, exposed log, and wood paneled walls. So this is the living room, and a change of note, you'll see the original wood ceiling panels have been removed since the early 2000s. The dining room to the left and the kitchen to the right. And some photos showing the typical bedroom and bathrooms on the first floor. And these are some typical upstairs spaces, including a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a bedroom. The rustic revival style, popular in Asheville and the surrounding region in the early 20th century, evolved from a number of sources, including the shingle and craftsman styles, Adirondack camps, national park lodges, and local influences. The style fit comfortably in the region where forests, creeks, and rivers provided an abundance of natural building materials. In addition to resort and commercial buildings, the style was often used for private houses in the region, especially seasonal residences. Its popularity can also be attributed to the work of prominent local architect, Richard Sharp Smith, who supervised construction of Biltmore and other buildings on the estate before establishing his own practice in Asheville. While Smith's residential work drew from shingle, craftsman, and Tudor revival styles, some of his work was more rustic in character, as evidenced by these three houses designed by Smith, including his own residence in the top left. According to the nomination, the scale and massing of Smith's rustic dwellings compares favorably to the Miller House. The vast majority of rustic revival style log houses in and around Asheville from the period are modest one-story buildings. So the nominated boundaries encompassing the Miller House extend beyond the lines of the 2.45 acre tax parcel in all directions to include the fullest residual acreage associated with the property, totaling approximately 3.1 acres. The Millers owned approximately 14 additional acres on the southwest side of US 74, but it is physically and visually separate from the rest of the home tract, and it has been redeveloped as well. So I also want to note that we received CLG comment from the Asheville and Buncombe County Historic Resources Commission that they believe this nomination meets criteria for listing.
Any questions? I just had a comment in reading it, said that they relocated the creek and it had to be recreated down to each particular rock and kill. And I thought, okay, how do you recreate a creek and make sure you have the rocks in exactly the same places?
Quite the effort. Yeah, I can't say that I remember that exact line from it, but I'll go back and look at it, but quite the effort.
It's a creek to the other side of the road.
Yeah.
Completely recreated.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's one way to do it.
Any other questions, comments? All right, then we will go to the Swift Embroidery Company.
Okay.
Close your eyes, Josie.
Should we just vote on this one instead of?
Well, we can, if the
I
committee.
didn't realize the slideshow was all one contiguous thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I can cycle through it real quickly and. Back to the.
well, why don't we do that? We'll go ahead and vote. Do I have a motion on the Miller House?
I'll move to accept the Miller
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it is accepted. Okay, all right. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Here, I'll just have the record show this board actually left the room.
Okay, so we're staying here in Buncombe County. My next property is the Walton Street Park and Pool. Located in located in Asheville, at the southern end of the historically Black South Side neighborhood. The property is being nominated for its local significance under Criterion A in the areas of Black ethnic heritage, entertainment, recreation, and social history. The period of significance spans from 1939, the year the park was established, to 1973, which is 50 years ago, as the park remains in use today, and there is no other logical end to the period of significance. Walton Street Park, originally named Riverview Park, was established in 1939 by the city of Asheville with WPA funds as the city's sole municipal park for the Black population. The nomination details the efforts and struggles of Asheville's Black community during the Jim Crow era to secure acceptable land, funding, and support from the city to establish a municipal park with adequate amenities, whilst white citizens were provided with well-funded municipal parks and pools. Walton Street Park was originally built with a wading pool, tennis and horseshoe courts, and a small playground, all of which are no longer extant on the property. In 1947 to 48, a poured concrete pool and a concrete block bathhouse were added and became the second and longest standing municipal pool established for Black residents of Asheville. The first was the Mountain Street Pool, constructed in 1916 in the East End neighborhood. It operated until at least 1935, but Sanborn maps indicate it was gone by 1950. A softball diamond was added to Walton Street Park in the 1950s and an asphalt basketball court in the 1960s. This segregated park became a recreational hub for the Black community. So the nomination includes 4 contributing resources: the park as an overall site, the pool, the bathhouse, and the basketball court, and then 2 non-contributing resources, a softball diamond and a 2000s picnic pavilion. The park's 4.37 acre lot has remained unchanged since its establishment, even though amenities have come and gone through the years. Here's the pool. It's not in use at this time, but it retains very good historic integrity. And the bathhouse also retains very good exterior historic integrity. It does have a small post-1985 concrete block side addition, which you can see here to the left on the screen. Let's see. The building retains original metal frames and hardware for the windows, although those have been covered. The interior was remodeled sometime after 1985 with added concrete block walls covered with ceramic tiles and drop ceilings. But even with these interior changes, it retains enough integrity to convey its significance. Here's the basketball court in the foreground of this photo, and the softball diamond. While it dates within the period of significance, the fencing and floodlights surrounding it were recently removed as part of a planned project to repurpose the land as a recreational field with a walking track around it. So for this reason, it's considered a non-contributing resource. And here's the picnic shelter, which is non-contributing due to age. The nominated boundaries include the full extent of the 4.37 acre lot containing the pool, bathhouse, and recreational areas, as well as a 0.17 acre portion of an adjacent tract that contains the eastern edge of the softball diamond. Walton Street Park and Pool are among few landmarks of Black Asheville that remain standing today. The neighborhood around it changed radically during urban renewal in the 1960s and 70s. Yet the park remained relatively unaltered. The park's layers of significance as an African-American heritage, recreational, and social history site are intertwined and interdependent. As the sole public park serving Asheville's Black population, the pool and park remain without comparison today. So we received that the Asheville and Buncombe County HRC believes this nomination meets criteria for listing. However, we also received a notarized objection from the property owner where the easternmost part of the softball diamond is located. The rest of the park is owned by the city, but only private property owners can be counted for the purposes of the objection. So the park and pool cannot be listed over the objection of the sole private property owner. The project sponsors would still like to send this nomination to the National Park Service for formal determination of eligibility. So today you're simply voting to verify whether the property appears eligible for the National Register and can make a recommendation to the SHPO, did forward to the National Park Service for a DOE. So this doesn't happen very often, so I just wanted to refresh you all on what a DOE will do. So the keeper will review the nomination and make a determination of eligibility within 45 days of receipt unless an appeal is filed. If approved, it would be included in the Federal Register as an eligible property. The keeper would then list a property if they receive a notarized statement, the owner no longer object to listing. And then the property would be considered in any federal undertaking that has the potential to negatively impact it. So also, if approved today, the project sponsors plan to reach out to the property owner to see whether they can answer any questions or concerns that they might have about the park's listing. Oop.
I do have a question. So that was that little piece. That little bitty piece.
Yeah, right here.
Right field, basically.
And what was the historic parcel of the park? Because if the field is a non-contributing resource and it exceeds the original property boundary, isn't it feasible to consider going back to the original park boundary to avoid all of this?
Well, it's complicated. So yes, the original parcel, this larger parcel was the original parcel for the park. I don't know exactly how it became that the softball diamond in the 50s extended into the next the neighboring parcel. So even though it's a non-contributing resource, we would have to include the resource in full. We couldn't just cut off a portion of it. So that's why we decided not to do that. And the park itself is a contributing site. So we wanted to include the entire parcel of the park. So you need to include that baseball diamond as part of that, but you can't cut off a portion of the baseball diamond. Does that make sense?
Do we know the schedule for when it's going to be redone as a recreational field, and when that occurs, is that going to extend?
So we know, the schedule exactly, work is underway. So there's a possibility that we could come back in the future, amend those boundaries and cut out that portion that's owned by a private property owner. So, that's another option. But I don't know what that timeline looks like. And, the project sponsor does want to move forward with a DOE. So it's up to y'all how you want to vote on that, certainly, but.
Did the property owners state why they objected? They just didn't want to be.
They need not.
So I have a question about that. If just hypothetically, if the boundary were adjusted, so it was off that property, can an adjoining property owner still object? Or only if their property is affected directly? Okay.
That's right.
I'm just gonna say, I find it interesting that that particular objection for that small piece that doesn't contribute will derail the whole nomination. And I think, yes, there needs to be a conversation with that property owner. Because I find that troubling.
I agree, and I wanted to state for the record too, that bothers me, that in this case, a property that's critically eligible and should be listed is being derailed by one objection. And we should be able to find a way to fix that.
And not to beat the dead horse, but always trying to find the workaround. If work is underway and you were able to secure confirmation that the revised field would not encroach on the neighboring property owner, could it not be recommended conditional the work being completed with the boundary restored to the original property line?
I don't know that we.
I think you have to judge what's before you, is my understanding. Despite this issue.
Yeah, because we would have to go through a boundary, a boundary change to be able to do that. And it would have to go before the NRAC.
So then just to clarify, staff's recommendation is to send it up for a DOE or staff has no recommendation?
I think, yes, we recommend moving it forward for a DOE.
And in terms of historical perspective, how often does something like this happen?
It's the first time I remember,
First
since
time.
I've been here in 2011. Claudia may remember something earlier. This is extraordinarily rare, I would say.
Yeah, what is the date of the softball field?
1950.
It's non-contributor.
It is non-contributing.
Because of it, it's been altered.
Yeah, there's ongoing work.
They've been using that property since the fifties.
And I would just say this, as you presented, and thank you so much, that this is an African-American, it was built during a time when there was segregation, but then the neighborhood changed, and with urban removal, so this neighborhood does not look the same as it was, and so I think that race may be an issue. I'm just gonna say it out loud.
Very well. Any other comments? Claudia?
I was just wondering why, if so much of the park is going to be non-contributing, is the whole, I mean, that means the site essentially is going to be non-contributing. And why wouldn't you simply nominate the basketball court and the, can't see what the basketball court is from here, but the pool, you know, the
Right. I think we felt that the park is such an important piece of that story too. Even though it has had changes over time, it's had that same parcel, since the 1930s. So we felt that the park was really important to telling that story as a whole versus just focusing on the pool and the pool house.
So do we send Dr. Waters over to mediate with?
I'm saying.
Just, yeah, good, you know. We had good presentation. One of my grandfather's photographs was in that presentation.
Oh, really?
So my grandfather grew up in this community, so I know the community really well. So. Yeah, that one, the one with the cars is one of my grandfathers.
That's a great photo. Great photo.
Do you happen to know the history of the softball field? Like how that got built, around approximately?
Yeah, I mean, it's that photo that comes out of that collectionist house at UNC Asheville is a pretty massive, pretty large photo collection. There are photos of the baseball field and the softball field as well. So it's all a part of that whole park for that community. So it's long history for that community and significance.
What is the pleasure of the committee? Do you want to send the DOE forward?
I so move that we send the DOE forward.
Second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes, the DOE will be sent up. I will say that one of the interesting things in that nomination was it asked the style and it says no style. Figure we got to figure out a name for the style. Right, we're now ready to go back to.
Can we get Josie back?
Yeah. Ramona wants to go.
Back here then.
Just a minute. Right. Ancient Swiss Embroidery Company. All these.
Okay, so my last nomination in the Western region is the Waldensian Swiss Embroidery Company and Valdez Weavers Inc. Mill. Located in Burke County. In the town of Valdez, just west of the downtown commercial core. The mill is being nominated for local significance under criterion A in the area of industry as an early and continuous contributor to the industrial economy and textile industry that evolved in Valdez during the early to mid 20th century. The period of significance spans from 1915, when the initial portion of the building was constructed, and extends to 1974, when Valdez Weavers Inc. moved to a new facility on a separate site. Valdez was established by a small group of Northern Italian immigrants known as the Waldensians in the 1890s and began as a mostly agrarian settlement. However, with rocky land ill-suited to farming, they quickly turned to industry, becoming a center of textile manufacturing in Burke County. Initially established in 1915 as the Waldensian Swiss Embroidery Company, the mill was one of the earliest large-scale industrial endeavors in Valdez. It began as the only mill to manufacture lace and embroidery products, and when that fell out of fashion, it became the only mill in Valdez to target the local furniture industry with the production of upholstery fabrics. Most other textile mills in Valdez, of which there were several, including those pictured here, produced either finished hosiery, undergarments, and other clothing or yarn. While the mill cycled through different ownership and company names, it was in near continuous operation for almost 60 years, beginning as a small tri-gabled brick building shown here to the left. The building expanded several times between 1915 and the 1970s to meet production needs. By 1924, Waldensian weavers took over the plant and began producing large woven tapestries and furniture upholstery. Valdez Weaving Company took over the building in 1935, continuing production, and renamed the company Valdez Weavers in 1946. By circa 1941, it had large additions to the north and west, which you can see here. And you can also see those original three gables here at the left end of the screen. It remained owned by Valdez Weavers until 1974. And when the company moved to a larger plant to the east side of town, where they remain in business today. The site plan shows the building evolution through time. So here is that 1915 original portion. There's a circa 1920 L-shape addition and a circa 1925 L-shape addition, circa 1941 edition, a circa 1935 edition that was remodeled and expanded in circa 1960. And then there's a circa 1950s edition and a circa 1970s edition. So now for a tour of the building, and the major alterations to the exterior after the period of significance are the windows. The window openings have been infilled, but fenestration patterns are still evident. So here's a close-up of the east elevation. And you can see with the arrows, tried to show where those additions start and end. And a close-up of the north elevation, the west elevation, and the south elevation. Here are some photos showing typical spaces on the interior. The majority of the interior retains its open floor plans, masonry walls, hardwood and concrete floors, and wood and metal columns. Non-original partitioning occurs in some areas, particularly the upper level of the circa 1925 and 41 editions. And some non-original finishes are present on the upper level. However, the impact of these alterations is minor compared to the building overall. The National Register boundary encompasses an approximately 1.15 acre portion of the current tax parcel to include the building and historic acreage. West of the building is a paved area that once contained buildings not historically associated with the mill, so that has been excluded. And the boundary extends beyond the current tax parcel boundary to the south to encompass attached portions of the building along the south elevation that extend beyond the current tax parcel. All I have. Please don't allow.
Any questions?
I have a question just more broadly than this particular mill, but we're just thinking about mills that are nominated under A for industry. You think of examples, given the very arguable significance of the textile industry in our state, when a mill nominated like this has been considered not significant. Is it almost always down to physical integrity, or are there other categories of reasons they haven't made it through?
I think mostly physical integrity. We see a lot of change over time with mills. And certain changes like infilled windows are to be expected. But if there's, more recent additions, that might be a reason why, mills don't move forward for nomination. As far as industrial significance, if there is a good argument to be made and the integrity still shows that function of the mill, then I think there's probably a good argument and reason to move it forward for listing.
Any other comments?
Just a comment. I had a question about why the whole property wasn't going to be included, but then you showed the historic map and you answered my question for me. So thank you for preemptively fixing me.
That was helpful.
All right, thank you, Paul. Sorry, my right voice, okay. All right, we need to vote on this. Do I have a motion to add this to send this forward?
I'll make that motion.
The second,
I'll second it.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The nays? The ayes have it. All right, thank you. We go on to the Central and Southwest. Ms. Woodard? Right.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Sorry I missed y'all in February, but I'm not sorry that I got to see the Northern Lights. All right. The Wimple Shelton House is located in central Caswell County, just a little bit west of Yanceyville. The house is being listed on the register under criterion C for its federal Greek Revival transitional architecture, which retains an exceptionally high degree of integrity. The period of significance is 1843 to 1845. That's from when the front main block of the house was completed to 1845 when a rear L was added. The house was constructed again around 1843, and then this rear L was added very soon thereafter. The early 1840s in Caswell County marked the beginning of the Caswell's quote unquote boom era, when tobacco cultivation and enslaved labor supported prosperous white families. The county's architecture transitioned from federal era designs that emphasized height and delicacy to the Greek Revival style that was generally heavier, horizontally oriented, and imposing. From the 1840s to the outbreak of the Civil War, Caswell County's wealthy citizens invested in new houses and new furniture, and they frequently turned to master craftsman Thomas Day for those. This is the rear of the house. We'll just go around the back here, back to the other side with a 1930s L on this side. The Wimple Shelton House is a small but mighty house with a 2-room plan executed, as I said, in a transitional federal Greek Revival style.
And that really illustrates this moment of change from older plans and styles to the classically based Greek revival that quickly became the style of choice state's planner elite. The mantels are the work of Thomas Day, as noted in Patricia Marshall and Joe Lymanstall's book about his work. And according to oral tradition, the masonry may be the work of Dabney Cosby, a prolific builder who was known to work with Day. And he frequently used a technique called rough casting on his foundations, which you'll see on the exterior photographs. The house's two-room plan with two front doors reflects a continuing preference for earlier open plans that did not control interior access with a hallway. The tall transom, 6-panel doors, enclosed winder staircase, and tall windows also reference Federal era preferences. The high-style Greek revival woodwork and portico, however, communicate the owner's fashionable tastes. Likewise, the owner's choices of Thomas Day and Dabney Cosby and the use of brick rather than wood for a relatively small house suggests the owner was more interested in quality than quantity. And you'll see some of these pictures, they're quite obvious, are before and after restoration work. There is only one historic outbuilding on the property. This is in that rear L, and it gives you a sense that Thomas Day was also working in the rear L as well, and that happened very soon after the original construction. There's only one historic outbuilding on the property, and that is a log house that may have been an earlier home for a previous property owner. It may have been housing for enslaved people or a kitchen, or it may have been one or of those things at different points in all its lifespan. Based on its construction and construction evidence, the log building appears to predate the house by about 20 or 30 years. So this is hopefully a slam dunk that is eligible for the register under criterion C, again, with a period of significance, 1843 to 1845.
And are there any questions?
Explain for discussion why it was double doors.
It's just that open plan. He was a dentist, and so that might have been one of the reasons, but it's not a terribly uncommon plan. It's sort of a variation on the hall parlor where you don't have a hallway. And so you don't have a lot of control.
Is the house already listed in some other category? I noticed a reference to the restoration having been funded with historic tax credits, and that confused me if it hasn't.
They use the tax credit program, which you can kind of do at the same, you can run concurrently while you're working on your nomination.
That should have no bearing on your decision.
Yes, yeah.
Other questions or comments? Thank you. Now, you ready? We'll take a break after we finish this, then we will finish the ones, and then go to the beginning of the study guide for lunch.
Good morning. I have two nominations to present this morning. So the first one is the Jeter and Ethel Neville House in Carborough, Orange County. And the Nevilles had this house built for themselves about the time of their 1944 purchase of the lot on which it is located. Jeter Neville was a janitor at Northside Elementary School in Chapel Hill, and his wife Ethel was a homemaker. They raised 5 children here and remained in the house until their deaths. Jeter in 1960 and Ethel in 2013. The house stayed in the Neville family until 2018, when Self Help Ventures Fund purchased the property as part of their local land bank initiative. The purpose of the nonprofit's initiative is to keep property in the hands of the established community, which is threatened by development for student housing. The fund submitted a study list application that your committee approved February of 2019. And the fund staff, including interns, prepared the nomination you're considering today. The Neville House is situated in the Lloyd Broad Street neighborhood, which historically was considered the Carborough side of the greater North Side neighborhood, the historically African-American area that spans the municipal border separating the towns of Carborough to the west and Chapel Hill to the east. So that border is partially shown by the broken line in this map. It's difficult to see because it's so faint. So that's why I noted it with the red arrow. The Lloyd Broad Street area was largely developed by Herbert Lloyd, whose uncle Thomas Lloyd built Carborough's 2 textile mills in 1898 and 1920. The older mill, now Carmill Mall, survives just to the west, right down here. And outlined in blue, it indicates its National Register status. So this house might look familiar to most of you as it was first presented to this committee in October of 2021. This is the overview image that was shown then when it was nominated under criterion C in the area of architecture. The NRAC and the SHPO approved the nomination, and it was forwarded to the National Park Service, which subsequently returned it for substantive revision. Our reviewer at the Park Service advised that the nomination's claim of significance based on traditional trades passed down generationally is the basis of a criterion A, not C, argument that needed to be more fully fleshed out. And this is the first time I realized that something could be nominated for architecture under criterion A. Our staff met with him, with our reviewer, to gain a fuller understanding of what he was looking for, and then we conveyed that guidance to the preparers. It took self-help more than a year to revise the statement of significance. Most of the work was done last summer by an intern who considerably expanded the context statement. Most substantive revisions do not require the nomination to be represented to you. Usually these nominations are simply sent back to the Park Service once they're revised. But exceptions are changes in the boundaries or criteria. And in this case, the criterion has been changed from C to A. Another wrinkle in this process is the renovation of the house beginning late last year. We knew that self-help intended to rehabilitate and sell the house, but it wasn't until we received the revised nomination earlier this year with our contact's comment that the house might have a new owner by this summer that we realized that the work was well underway. These aerial views show the small residential lot that has been nominated with the house as well as a storage shed and fencing. So the fence is on the property line and the storage shed of the 1970s is here. And then there's a driveway off of Broad Street. There's a car sitting in this aerial view. Since the nomination was originally presented to you as part of the renovation of the house, this non-contributing 1970s shed has been removed and the yard cleaned up. So as this slide and several of those that follow show, the exterior remains substantially intact. The most noticeable change is the replacement of the windows, which retain the original mutton pattern. Also, 2 brick flues have been removed. One you can see in these 2021 photos here. There's another one in the back, and they were taken out when the new HVA system was put in. So this is from the original nomination, the current nomination, 2023, these 2 views. So now we're going to go around the house to the right counterclockwise, seeing first the west side of the house along Broad Street and the north elevation with the enclosed rear porch below. So again, 2021 photos, and these are current. This is how the house looks today. And the major change on the exterior, you see this dormer was added. They put in, you'll see they put in a bathroom upstairs, and that's what this dormer was created for. Whoops. And then this is the west side of the house, which is very close to the side property line marked by the vegetation. And you can see that the air conditioner it's still substantively intact. They took out the air conditioner. And then you can see in this photo on this edge, the, they also re-sided in hardy plank, the enclosed porch. So as one might guess, just from looking at the house, it is architecturally significant for its stone masonry with brick trim. A very strong oral tradition attributes construction of the house to prolific African-American mason John Wesley Campbell, who erected many buildings and structures throughout the greater Chapel Hill Carrboro area. Much of his work was in brick, but this and 3 other houses, as well as a Chapel Hill Community Center, are his 5 documented buildings in stone. It's a granite fieldstone. According to Handy Campbell, one of John Wesley Campbell's sons, the fieldstones were hauled on an army truck from nearby Chatham County. Also attributed to John Wesley Campbell is the design of the house, although it's not known if the design originated with him or if he adapted a published design or the design of another area house with which he was familiar. The Neville House is constructed of solid masonry at the first story. As expected, the main facade displays the most architectural interest, with a slightly projecting gabled wing to the left, and to the right, an arcaded porch and stucco dormer above. So in that front wing, you see a triangular stone outlined in brick as a keystone, which also appears in a few other windows. Shown, you can see that to the right. Just to the right of the keystone, up here, is a 5-pointed star. And then also to the right of the window, you see this crescent moon. And both of these symbols, the star and the crescent moon, have been identified by Campbell's descendants as his signatures. The right is the porch with the large piers and arches outlined in brick. In the dormer gable above, you can see what appear to be small pieces of brick added to the stucco for texture and intact bricks embedded flat in the stucco in the shape of a cross. So the most significant changes have occurred on the interior, which essentially was gutted during the recent rehabilitation. And we did not know this until we had the comment from our contact at Self-Help that the work was well underway. So this is before. This is how it looked in 2021, and this is today. So basically, the plan is intact. They made some changes back here on the enclosed porch to create a laundry room. I should add that these windows, this plan, the current plans, are being fixed. They were drawn incorrectly. These 2 windows here at the back of the bedroom have been removed. And this door has been removed. What happened was when they started renovating the house, they took out the later drywall that had been installed. The house had been vandalized and deteriorated, empty for so many years. And so these walls, the exterior walls are solid masonry. And when they removed the later paneling and later chipboard, they discovered that originally the house had been plastered right on these solid stone walls. None of it met code. Also, the staircase was very narrow. This didn't meet code. And then when they took up there were places where the floor had been deteriorated due to water damage, water infiltration. They took up some of the floorboards and they found that none of the joists were too wide. None of that met code. So they ended up taking out all the flooring, redoing the joists, and they essentially also had to reframe the entire house inside the stone walls for this to meet code. So in the process, unfortunately, the only distinctive interior feature of the house, original feature, was the stone mantelpiece, which I'm going to show you in a minute. So that has been removed. Also, they reconfigured the bath. This all had been added later. So they took this out. They made this a closet here, and then they enlarged the bath, reconfigured it. So This is the living room as it looked in 2021. And this is you see the fireplace, the mantelpiece that was taken out. When they were taking out the paneling and all the framing behind the mantelpiece was deteriorated too. And in taking out the stone mantelpiece, it was destroyed. So. Other views of the house before, this is that very narrow staircase downstairs. And this is in the bedroom looking over into the kitchen. Upstairs, this is a flue. You can see in many places here, this was damaged, intentional damage, vandalism. In other places, there were water issues. The plaster, the later gypboard had fallen. So the upstairs is frame, of course. So more before pictures downstairs. This is that rear bedroom, a lot of water damage. This is one of the flues that was taken out. This is the kitchen. And here's that front bedroom where you see the exterior walls had the paneling on them. And you can see that later bathroom and closet. And then upstairs, this upstairs view to the right, this is looking at the double window, the two windows here. And you can see the extensive damage in this room. So the interior had always been plain, except for the living room's decorative stone mantelpiece, which was its only significant interior feature. So showing you how it looks today, this is the bedroom where they took out that added later 70s bath. This is the room that had so much water damage. They put a closet under the stairway. Here the new wider staircase. And then this is, the arrows are confusing, but this is looking from the kitchen back into the living room. And this is where the mantelpiece, the fireplace was. The chimney, of course, remains on the exterior. And then this is looking from the living room back into the new kitchen. So the major change they made to the plan was they left this wall was here. And they took out most of this wall. There was a narrow, doorway here to make this one living space. These rooms were very small. And then upstairs, a view of this is the bedroom that I showed you, the two windows. This is the room that had all the insulation hanging from the ceiling. We're waiting for the current plans are being revised by the contractor. This has just a single window here, it's showing double. And then this is that new small bathroom that was put upstairs. John Wesley Campbell's training as a Mason continued a tradition established locally among enslaved people during the antebellum period. Campbell and his sons and others whom he trained, including one of Jeter and Ethel Neville's sons, are among the numerous African-American Masons responsible for the construction of buildings and structures throughout the greater Chapel Hill, Carrboro area. Campbell's work bears witness to this tradition passed down from the African-American Masons who labored to create the buildings, stone walls, and brick pathways in the towns of Chapel Hill and Carrboro from the early 19th century to the present. As noted earlier, the Neville House is one of 4 fieldstone dwellings built in the North Side neighborhood by Campbell in the 1940s, along with the Hargroves Community Center. The house at 201 Broad Street in Carrboro, directly behind the Neville House, is the most similar in its masonry, but appears to lack identifiable symbols other than the keystones, and its porch has been significantly altered. Also, its form is simpler, more akin to the 2 Chapel Hill houses on the right, which have plainer masonry and stylistically are more like minimal traditional houses than craftsman bungalows. In its masonry, Hargroves Community Center resembles the 2 houses on Graham Street, but it has a large, very large modern addition on the rear. The Neville House is the least altered on the exterior and perhaps the most stylistically distinctive of these buildings. in its fieldstone exterior incorporating signature symbols, a star and crescent moon, and naturally shaped stones placed as keystones. Despite the interior alterations, the Neville House nomination explains that the house retains sufficient integrity to meet criterion A. Largely intact on the exterior, the house clearly expresses the architectural qualities for which it is nominated, and thus possesses very good integrity in terms of feeling, association, workmanship, materials, and design, as well as location and setting. The major change affecting the exterior appearance is the replacement of the windows, which retain the original mutton patterns. Otherwise, exterior work consisted of repairs to the some rotten trim, limited repointing of masonry, replacement in kind of the broken front porch floor and front walk, replacement of deteriorated sheathing on the enclosed rear porch, and cleaning up the yard. Consequently, the Jeter and Ethel Neville House remains locally significant, now under criterion A, in the areas of architecture and Black ethnic heritage, and its period of significance is circa 1944, the date of construction. Have any questions?
So just to be clear, you have replaced C with A, not added A to it.
Replaced.
Gotcha.
Do you know if the windows are STL with glass spacers and everything?
I don't know. I can find out. I don't remember. I visited the house in March and took most of the current photos. I think those muttons are in between.
So they're not what we would typically do on.
So, yeah, I sorely regret they didn't contact us before they started the work, and our restoration staff could not have worked with them. It was really a shock. And I should say that my contact at Self Help, Aspen Romaine, who's overseeing all these projects, they're working in 3 neighborhoods in Chapel Hill and Carborough. And they're also working, I think, in Rocky Mount and in Tarboro, I think. But they got this huge $3 million loan from UNC, and they're continuing to, the loan came due this year, but UNC is letting them continue to renovate and resell these properties. So they're continuing their work. But Aspen Romaine, when she made a site visit, a regular site visit to see how the work was going, that's the first time she knew that the mantelpiece had been removed. And she was not happy. So, but I think maybe I'm too close to this. I've worked with them for over 2 years, but I think they've done an excellent job with the nomination with the expanded context. And again, most of the reason this house is eligible is exterior masonry. So under criterion A, usually the interior, integrity is not as, overall integrity is not as important to making the case for significance. So.
Yeah, I'd like to just comment that this nomination completely convinced me the quality of tracing that masonry tradition locally was excellently done.
Their intern did most of that last summer, did a really wonderful job.
So. All right. Move on to the next house and then.
All right. Sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing this, the glare. All right. So the other property I have to present to you today is the Cone Gray House on Arbor Road in Winston-Salem. And here, of course, you know where Winston-Salem is. Listed on the state study list in June of last year, the Cone Gray House occupies a prominent corner site at West Kent and Arbor Roads in the Ronaldo Park subdivision, approximately 2 miles northwest of downtown Winston-Salem. The neighborhood's winding roads, deep setbacks, and dense landscaping create estate-like settings for an eclectic mixture of finely detailed dwellings commissioned from nationally recognized architects. Designed by architect Charles Barton Keene's Philadelphia firm, a Philadelphia-based firm, and erected by Winston-Salem contractors Fogel Brothers, the Cone Gray House occupies an approximately 2.3 acre lot. The property is named for its original and longtime owners, Mary W. and George W. Cone Jr., followed by Elizabeth and Bowman Gray Jr., who purchased the house from the Cones in 1941. Bowman Gray's cousin, George Alexander Gray Jr., and his wife Yvonne, who owned the house from 49 to 52, when they sold it to Bowman Gray's brother, Gordon Gray, and his wife Jane. So 1 Cone and 3 Grays. The house faces north and is shielded from public view and neighboring parcels by lush foliage along the perimeter of the lot. The nature of Philadelphia landscape architect Thomas Warren Sears' design for planting beds, lining the dwelling's perimeter, and punctuating the lawn is unknown. Much of the current landscaping was executed during the early 21st century and complements the style of the house. Sorry. I don't know how to get rid of this. No, wait a minute. Here we go.
The left corner.
Here we go. Sorry. The colonial, so that's the 2 views of the current landscaping. The colonial revival style house erected in 1928 encompasses a 2 1/2 story, 5 bay wide main block that is brick veneered on the front and sides and weatherboarded on the rear. Also, there are shorter 2-story weatherboarded T-shaped wings on the east and west ends, and a 1-story weatherboarded east kitchen wing that abuts the 1 1/2 story brick garage. So here you can just see the side of that kitchen wing that's back in here, and then the garage at the end. As we go around the house, counterclockwise, you'll see colonial revival stylistic elements that were often specified by Keene's firm, including molded cornices, gable dormers, multi-pane double hung and casement wood windows, French doors, and operable louvered wood shutters. In contrast, the images here correspond in a clockwise direction. At upper right, again, the west side of the T-shaped wing, of the west T-shaped wing up here, the south facade at lower right. The exterior color palette comprising red brick, white weatherboards, and a green Ludovici Celadon tile roof characterizes many of architect Charles Barton Keene's Winston-Salem commissions. Distinctive classical elements include the open pedimented wood primary entrance surmounted by a round arch double hung multi-pane window embellished with keystones and impost blocks. Full height rear porch supported by square posts, and the west wing's north porch with slender Tuscan columns on the right. The Cone Gray House features a finely crafted federal interior that is remarkably intact. Rooms in the main block and east and west 2-story wings retain original volumes and finishes. On the first floor, the main block central section contains a small foyer, the middle image, that opens to a central stair hall flanked by the living room to the west and the dining room to the east. So these are the original plans for the house. North of the dining room, there are some rooms on the north side of this corridor. A restroom, a service stair, and a small room, now an office. And that extends from the reception hall down past the dining room to the breakfast room. And on the plans, it says Butler's Pantry, which it originally was. It's now the breakfast room at the upper right. A second shorter corridor down here leads from the dining room to the breakfast room. Originally, I've sort of lost the cursor. Leads into this room, which was the breakfast room and now is a study, a den. And then over here is you can see the kitchen at the right end down here. The first floor of the west wing contains a library on the left and a bedroom. The two upper floors are private spaces. Bedrooms, dressing rooms, and bathrooms occupy the second floor. The primary bedroom is shown at lower left. The two sleeping porches have been converted to a den at upper right and a dressing room. The third story, accessed by the service stairs, contains a storage room on the right, bedroom and private bath that were originally servants' quarters, and the house is remarkably intact, distinguished throughout by original finishes. The formal spaces, reception hall, dining room, and living room, are embellished with classical cornices, door and window surrounds, and mantels executed in the federal style. At upper left, a door in the living room, and immediately to the right, the dining room mantelpiece. Other intact finishes include random width quarter sawn oak floors, smooth plaster walls and ceilings, ornamental plaster cornices, paneled wainscoting, and molded baseboards, chair rails, and cornices. Stained wood paneled walls remain in the library at upper right and the den. Even the bathrooms retain numerous original fixtures. The attached garage is intact as the rest of the house. The images to the left show the ground floor with the garage bays and sink. The second floor is an apartment consisting of a living room and a bedroom with a bathroom in between. As I just said, the house is remarkably intact. Repurposing the original butler's pantry and breakfast room did not entail any significant changes. The only notable changes are the renovation of the service wing, including the kitchen and the screening of the porch on its north side between the east wing and the garage. Also, installation of carpeting in certain bedrooms, much of the third floor, and remodeling of 2 bathrooms in the house and the apartment bathroom. In Winston-Salem, there are many spacious houses influenced by the seats of country estates, with Tudor, Georgian, and classical revival styles being the most typical in the city's exclusive early to mid 20th century subdivisions. The Cone Grace House stands apart due to its scale, sophisticated execution, and estate-like setting. The house possesses the 7 aspects of historic integrity required for national listing. The refined colonial revival style design by the renowned firm of architect Charles Barton Keene renders the Cone Gray House eligible for National Register listing under criterion C for architecture. The level of significance is local. The period of significance is 1928, the dwelling's construction date. The proposed boundaries, the current tax parcel has historically been associated with the house. They see it upper right. And finally, on June 5th, the Winston-Salem City Council voted unanimously to recommend that the Cone Gray House be listed in the National Register. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions? Thank you, Claudia. And Mr. Smith, and then that will be our final National Register nomination for the state.
Good morning, almost afternoon. I don't think anyone has said this yet, but I will, in case they have, I'll repeat it, but all of the nominations that were presented at the February meeting were listed successfully. So that's a good thing. Had nothing to do with it. So I look to the Eastern Bloc for confirmation on the Uzzle Best Farm. Is that how it's pronounced? Okay. This is situated in LaGrange, North Carolina, in eastern Wayne County. Shown here, the red star shows the farm. This is the farmhouse, the west elevation. It's the facade of the circa 1895 farmhouse facing east. And you notice at the bottom of the screen, there's a very low course brick, I guess you'd call it a retaining wall, but it's not really, it's more for delineating kind of the farmhouse and the immediate agricultural buildings. And this is the south elevation with the rear outlet addition. Photographer is facing northwest. Obviously liked it so much, she went back in the winter and took another picture. But it does show the house is, although it's categorized or classified as Victorian architecture, I would say it has more Queen Anne stylistic features as well as Gothic revival. You'll see the window hoods as well as the pentagonal window arches, which will show some details further in the presentation. Here's some of the additional views of the connecting point of the main block and the rear addition. And again, you'll see the ventilators here, corbelled chimney caps, and then the window hoods. I used to sit on brick piers, but now it's sitting on a solid brick foundation. Again, some architectural details on the exterior. Its front porch is quite fancy, lots of sawmill work. And it does have an asymmetrical entrance, which is indicative of a Queen Anne style house. The entrance is that double leaf entry. So you've got one projecting gable L here and then another one on the opposite side. So therein lies some of your symmetry. And just some other views of the rear addition. So this is the Uzzell Best Farm in its entirety. The white line represents the National Register boundary. There are still an active farm, which is really cool. There are 3 built clusters within the farmstead. You'll notice that the tags that show the different areas that are farmed, but then there's also woodland. There's a unnamed tributary of, I think it's called Bear Creek. Yep. But then there is out parcel, mid-century out parcel house to the west. There's the late 20th century grain storage facility here at the intersection of East Hope Road, New Hope Road, and Miller's Chapel Road. And then this is the farm or house and its immediate, and its curtilage. It's a brand new word for me, so I love learning new vocabulary. So the current land division of the Uzzell Best Farm resulted from the division of farmland of Thomas Uzzell's estate in 1875, which is the beginning of the period of significance. And again, just some close-ups of these 3 built areas. The farm contains 3 developed areas set within the context of cultivated fields and woodlots. The oldest of these areas includes the primary dwelling, a fine example of Victorian era architecture, and an impressive complement of 19th and 20th century agricultural outbuildings. To the west, a mid-20th century house was built on an outparcel along Miller's Chapel Road. And in the late 20th century, a grain processing and storage complex was constructed along the west side of East New Hope Road. It should be noted that previously documented tobacco barns and sharecropper housing on the farm were demolished in the late 20th century. Despite these losses, the complex continues to communicate the appearance of a stylish late 19th century residence within a larger agricultural complex. Again, a low brick wall defines a rectangular area around the farmhouse with a curved section that extended to enclose a mature tree, which is now gone, but previously sat on the north side of the house. The area immediately surrounding the house includes several mature deciduous trees. The agricultural outbuildings are arranged to the north, south, and east of the house with a roughly 250 foot radius. Further east, roughly 500 feet from the house, a family cemetery enclosed in a low concrete block wall stands within a cultivated field. See that down here. Farm Road follows the northern boundary of the parcel east of East New Hope Road, curves to a point east of the house and continues to the east through the woods to access the easternmost fields. These are some interior shots of the farmhouse. I should mention that the exterior is clad in weatherboard, and I think I said that's resting on a brick foundation, which originally was piers, later infill. The various roofs are standing seam metal. The house could be described as folk Victorian, although not popular at the office. The preponderance of cross gables, the pentagonal louvered vents, and peak molding above some windows suggest a Gothic revival influence. So somebody was just, playing around with some of the architectural treatments. The near uniformity of windows, siding, and trim suggests this house was built largely at the same time with nominal changes. The interior views show the character-defining features of the house. And you see the panel doors, some fanciful moldings, and the fireplace mantle. And then here's the floor plan, which, and you should have seen in your nomination packet, which is actually the interior, the photo key. But the front of the house is the left of the screen, and it just goes back to the rear. In addition to its architectural significance, the Uzzell Best Farm is locally significant under criterion A in the category of agriculture. Though it has suffered the loss of some outbuildings, the farm continues to encompass a wide complement of agricultural outbuildings that reflect the changes in over 150 years of continued agricultural use in Wayne County. These are some of the earlier agricultural outbuildings near the farmhouse, house, as well as the family cemetery in that lower left photo there, which sits in the middle of the field, southeast of the farmhouse. While these images are of the late 20th century grain storage facility, you can kind of see it's faded, but that the bin in the lower left field photo, has Best Farms. So it's still in operation. This is the mid-20th century ranch house, a garage, and an unidentified support building. So a little bit of history about the family. Uzzell Best Farm is said to occupy a remnant of the land grants to Thomas Nature's Beauty Uzzell, a native of Isle of Wight County, Virginia, who moved to what was then Johnston County, now Wayne County, around 1754. No picture exists, of course. He originally acquired 100 acres north of the Neuse River between Bear and Walnut Creeks. By 1777, the Uzzell family had extensive holdings in eastern Wayne County with over 3,000 acres in the Bear Creek, Walnut Creek region. Thomas Uzzell's great-grandson, Thomas, retained a portion of these holdings and expanded them. Besides the family cemetery, there are two resources dating to the mid-19th century and Thomas's tenure that are still extant on the nominated property. A barn that has been subsequently enlarged, and a kitchen that may have also served as housing for enslaved persons. Thomas died intestate in 1875. Commissioners appointed by the Wayne County Superior Court were responsible for the distribution of the complicated and sizable estate. The real property, mostly in Wayne County, was divided into 11 lots, corresponding to his 11 children, one of whom was Alice Thomas Uzzell. He is shown on the left, born in 1854, died in 1911. According to the Industrial and Historical Issue of the Mount Olive Tribune of 1902, Atlas, erroneously referred to as Albert, moved to Jones County after the death of his father and lived there from 1875 to 1880. At that time, he married Eliza Peel, and in 1884, he purchased the family homestead from heirs and moved back home. Atlas's time in the family homestead, of which no images have been found, was relatively brief. In March of 1895, the house was completely destroyed by fire. the Goldsboro Weekly Argus and the Goldsboro Headlight report that the house is entirely destroyed. Thus, the current house on the site dates from 1895 at the earliest. And then Floyd Uzzell is the other, I guess that he was Alice's son. But he was, when Alice died, the land went first to his wife and his oldest son. But then the oldest son died prior to the mother. So then the mother basically, she didn't give the land, but the land went to Floyd. The house became kind of a gathering spot, hosted the Tobacco Association of Goldsboro, and it was just a site of Southern hospitality. In summary, the house itself is a fine example of folk Victorian architecture and retains evidence of regional vernacular building typology. Uzzell Best Farm is significant as a well-preserved farmstead dating from the mid-19th century. Sorry. Teaser. The extant and previously documented buildings and structures illustrate the evolution of changing agricultural practices of over a century in eastern Wayne County. Period of significance extends from 1875, when the current parcel was subdivided from larger family holdings, through 1973, the 50-year closing date. Although farming activities continue to the present day, the period beyond the 50-year cutoff date is not of exceptional significance. So that's all I have. If there are any questions?
Are there any questions, comments?
I may have missed something not reading far enough, but I would be remiss if I didn't say this would be a good candidate for a D criterion.
So we always seek a comment from the Office of State Archaeology, and they definitely recommended, since some of those sharecropper housing came down, and the loss of the original house, that it's a good candidate for archaeological potential. So yeah, but the consultant did say that was beyond the scope of her work at this time, but it's in the permanent record. So yeah, there is potential there.
So that's something else that could be amended if.
Yeah, nominations can be amended. I mean, they're not a static document. So they, we had something as simple as a new name for Cameron Village or Cameron Park. We added that to the permanent record in December. So a fairly minor thing. It went on section 1 on the first page of the nomination form. So, it can go from that to a whole nother area of significance. Not all reasons for amending have to come before the board, but I've always been told, keep your board informed. They want to know. So.
We appreciate that. All right. We now have before us 4 nominations for the Central and Southeastern region. Do I hear a motion?
Sorry, you said.
Yeah. We have 4 properties for the Central and Southeastern. Right place.
Yeah, we need to accept all 4 nominations.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second. Right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have added the 4. I've worked really hard without giving you, but you have finished all the national register nominations for, which is for us an accomplishment.
It's 11:59.
That is 11:59. Is lunch ready?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready. We are going to adjourn 30 minutes for your lunch, and your lunch is ready. Thank you very much for your hard work this morning.
And it is Neomond, as the aroma suggests.
You ready? I've always enjoyed, the National Register, but I always relax after we get through that part of the meeting. And then we can enjoy talking about the study list and some of those things. So we're ready to start the study list. We have some guests who are with us who were not here at the beginning. So I'm going to, with your permission, I'm going to move the final presentation up to the first presentation.
Eastern region.
In the Eastern region.
We're gonna start with that.
We're going to start with, is that going to throw you completely off?
No, ma'am, it's fine.
Okay. I'm sure. And, John,
Eastern region.
the guests that we have, John, would you mind introducing yourself and your staff that you have with us here today?
I'm John Wilson, and I'm one of the two founders of Outer Banks Conservation. It's the nonprofit that runs two, we like to call them state historic sites at no cost to the taxpayers. One of those Lighthouse in Kalala and Island Farm on Roanoke Island. This is Bill Barker, and this is their executive director, Glad Day. And thank y'all for considering this today.
Good to have you here. We're glad to have you with us.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Your agenda says John Wood is doing this. Obviously not John. I think it says John. It used to anyway. He is out for a family funeral. So I'm gonna mostly be reading directly what he has prepared for this. And I wish that he was here because he has done quite a bit of legwork to see what we can make happen here, but I'm hoping that my colleagues will chime in as needed because we did discuss this pretty extensively at our staff review meeting a couple of weeks ago. So at the February meeting, you heard the presentation of a study list application for the Adam D. Etheridge House, also known as the Augustus Etheridge House in Dare County. At that meeting, you deferred the application pending the receipt of additional information. That information and some additional guidance from our National Register reviewer at the Park Service has been received in the interim, so we are presenting it again today. The property is located on Roanoke Island and is situated northwest of the town of Manio. The house sits on a 5.09 acre parcel surrounded by modern residential development. As you can see from the 1947 aerial, the house was once the center of a large farm. In 1860, that farm encompassed 125 acres. The application was submitted on behalf of the Outer Banks conservationists who own the property. They wish to have it placed on the study list and eventually listed in the register due to the increasing scarcity of intact 19th century farmhouses on Roanoke Island. The Etheridge House, this is just another picture of its location. The Etheridge House was surveyed by our office in the early 1970s and again in 1994. The next several images that I will show you are from the survey file on the house. The two-story side gable house of timber frame construction was built between 1847 and 1852 by Adam Doe Etheridge. Etheridge occupied the house with his wife and children. In addition to farming, Etheridge also derived income from fishing and oystering. Following Etheridge's death in 1868 and his wife's remarriage, she and her children remodeled the house from the 1870s through 1910. An attached one-story kitchen extension was added. In the 1880s, the kitchen extension was overbuilt with a two-story L, which you see here. Between 1880 and 1910, the house's original engaged front and rear porches were removed. A full-width hip roof porch was added to the front elevation, and the interior was remodeled. The original enclosed stair was removed and replaced with a straight run stair. The walls were covered with tongue and groove sheathing, and a hearth and exterior flue replaced a parlor door on the gable end of the house. So what you're seeing in this image is essentially how the house appeared in the 19-teens. In 1988, descendants of Adam D. Etheridge purchased the house and eventually donated it to the Outer Banks conservationists to be restored as part of a living history museum known today as Allen Farm. Analysis of the house and preparations for its restoration began in 1999. While no written restoration plan was created, the organization consulted with professional architectural historians and restoration professionals regarding the house's evolution and how to best restore the building. It was decided to restore the building to its 1850 appearance, which would then allow it to serve as the centerpiece of a museum that would interpret the island's mid-19th century agrarian past. In the 2000 restoration, the later 19th and early 20th century additions and changes, which were not in the best condition, were all carefully removed. The removal of the post-1852 materials eradicated all the changes made by Adams' widow during her occupancy of the house, all changes made by their son Augustus Etheridge, and later Etheridge descendants. Oops. Hence the reason we are referring to it as the Adam D. Etheridge House. The remaining physical evidence provided solid evidence for the form and appearance of the missing original features, so there was very little conjecture as to what the restored appearance should be. These images show evidence for the original flush sheathed enclosed porch room and original porch roof structure. Oops. Here you see the evidence for the original door opening on the south elevation. One of our staff members spoke with the architectural historian who assisted with the building analysis and advised on the restoration. He indicated that there was certainly more than 50% and as much as 70% of original fabric that remained. For things like the chimney that they did not have solid evidence for, they based the reconstructed chimney on historic photographs of similar chimneys on Roanoke Island and an examination of an extant chimney. And here you see drawings for the conjectural chimney. And I'll show you what the post-restoration building looks like now. So this is sort of the approach to it. Other than the house, the only remaining historic features on the property are the Etheridge Cemetery and this amazing heritage tree. As part of the development of the museum's interpretive scheme, a complement of domestic and agricultural outbuildings was constructed on the site in the early 2000s. These buildings are based on historic photographs of outbuildings on the island and conjecture about the types of outbuildings that may have existed on the property based on agricultural census records relating to Adam Etheridge. So I'll show you the new outbuildings. Let's see. Adam Etheridge had 5 slaves, one of which, Christina or Christy Bowser, who continued to live on the property into the 19-teens. The building in the background, it was assumed to be Christy Bowser's headquarters on the Etheridge farm. As such, an enslaved person's quarters were constructed to interpret a slave dwelling. Other domestic outbuildings that were constructed included a detached kitchen, a smokehouse, a privy, and a stilted dairy, and a woodshed located at the center of this image. To interpret the agricultural component of the site, this 19th century double crib log barn was dismantled and moved to this site from Johnston County. We do not know if there is a precedent for this type of barn on Roanoke Island. Other agricultural outbuildings that were constructed include a combination shed chicken house and a corn crib. Although it is not known if a blacksmith shop existed on the site, one was constructed for interpretation. Associated with the site, various types of period-style fencing were erected to enclose newly created garden plots and livestock pasture for the museum's interpretive gardens and animals. Lastly, a visitor center and parking lot were constructed at the north end of the property. The visitor center is not readily visible from the house site. And here's a plan showing the property with the locations of the building. So the main road just cuts across the corner. And then here's the main house, which faces out to the main road. Archaeological testing has been done on the site, but we didn't really, it didn't seem like there was enough information or enough, just enough information to use that as part of the study list application. As far as comparable properties are concerned, there are two other pre-1850 two-story houses on Roanoke Island. Although both are nearly 50 years older than the Etheridge house, they are essentially the same house form. This is the Doe Hyman Drinkwater House, AKA Drinkwater's Folly. And it's shown in the foreground, and it was constructed around 1805. These are from survey photographs. The building retains nearly all of its transitional Georgian federal interior woodwork, mantels, doors, plaster, and vertical board walls, and an enclosed stair. At some point, a first floor partition wall was removed, changing the original center hall plan to a hall parlor plan, and the front porch was enclosed. The house was relocated in the 1940s to make way for the construction of the Elizabethan Gardens. And here are current photographs of Drinkwater's Folly submitted by the consultant. The Meekins Anchorage, AKA the Esther Meekins House, was also constructed around 1805. The timber frame house was added onto and or altered in the 1850s, 1880s, 1830s, 1930s, 1950s, and 1990s. The form of the original house remains intact, and some original beaded weatherboard siding and window surrounds survive. Late 20th century alterations have resulted in the removal of the interior stairs, walls, and much of the earlier finishes. The rear and one side elevation are obscured by later additions. So here are some more recent photographs. All right, so back to the Etheridge house, before and after restoration. So as a staff, we struggled with the consideration of this property. Our concerns were the amount of replaced material, the loss of all post-1852 historic material, which represented the property's evolution over time and made up a large part of the property's history. The property's setting being primarily composed of conjectural outbuildings and a historic barn that was relocated from a different county. Staff consensus has been that we don't feel the property is eligible for listing in the register. However, we rarely see properties that have undergone an academic restoration and that were subject to such extensive intervention. So we showed this to our National Register reviewer at the National Park Service for his take on eligibility. His initial feedback was that he felt it might be possible to have the property listed under criterion C if an argument could be made within the following parameters. And so I'm going to read you his sort of list of things. The nomination would have to go into a lot of detail about the evidence that was used as the basis for the restoration, as well as the methodology used in reaching the decisions regarding the restoration. There would need to be a detailed description of the house, and that the nomination concentrates on the house under criterion C. He recommended that the entire parcel be included in the National Register boundary, as it is a remnant of the larger Etheridge farm. All other buildings on the property should be considered non-contributing, and they should not be considered to be reconstructions under criteria consideration E. He felt that while not historic, the outbuildings do add a sense of time and place. And although considered to be non-contributing, the nomination would need to describe or justify that these outbuildings are typical of early to mid 19th century farmsteads found on Roanoke Island or in the region. He felt that the later burials in the cemetery are not problematic, as the cemetery has a direct tie to the house. While rarity does not equate to significance, he indicated that the nomination must address that it is one of the few remaining examples of this house type on the island. The nomination preparer would need to look at other remaining examples and provide an in-depth discussion as to whether this was a popular house for the island or on the island. So following our reviewer's guidance, some other guidance he had shared, which was to reach out to specifically to the Virginia Historic Preservation Office for some examples. John did that, but none of the possible examples we reviewed with them made very good comparisons. So we went back to MPS, and here, when I say we, I really mean John. Can't overemphasize how much work he put in trying to find a path forward here. So John and the consultant both have given this application a lot of time and effort. But ultimately, after a lot of digging, the best comparison John could find is actually an opera house in Michigan, which of course is radically different, but bear with us here. This is the Tibbetts Opera House in Coldwater, Michigan. It was originally listed as a contributing building in the Coldwater Downtown Historic District. Subsequent to that listing, the building was meticulously restored and has since been individually listed under criterion A at the local level for being the leading local gathering place for events of all kinds from the time of the building's completion in 1882 through the end of the period of significance in 1934. Under criterion B for its association with its namesake, Barton Tibbetts, who was one of Coldwater's leading businessmen in the last quarter of the 19th century. The Tibbetts Opera House is the last remaining building related to Tibbetts and therefore uniquely able to demonstrate his impact on the city of Coldwater. And lastly, the building is listed under C at the state level for its association with Mortimer L. Smith, a member of the Smith family architectural dynasty, which founded the firm in 1855 and went on to become a nationally renowned architectural firm. So under C, the building is also locally significant as the last extant opera house of 3 opera houses designed by Mortimer L. Smith in the late Victorian Second Empire style, which were influenced by his design of the Detroit Opera House. The building also meets National Register criteria consideration E for reconstructed properties. So the Tibbetts Opera Foundation and Arts Council implemented a comprehensive multi-phase reconstruction campaign that was done using a master plan and architectural drawings developed by Kessler Associates Architects of Detroit. The goal is to reconstruct and restore the Tibbetts Opera House to its original form, with all work being guided by the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation and Guidelines for Rehabilitating Historic Buildings. The work was completed between 2009 and 2013. Our reviewer indicated that listing the Etheridge House would be challenging, but offered the following guidance for structuring a nomination, making an argument for potential National Register listing. He indicated that the first step would be to decide if the work at the Etheridge House tips the threshold from being a restoration to being a reconstruction. If it is decided that the end product is a reconstruction, then the nomination would include would have to address the property under National Register criteria consideration E for reconstructed properties. In making this decision, the consultant would need to apply the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Restoration and consider the language of the criteria consideration. A discussion of the review and application of the standards would need to be included in the nomination. The consultant will also need to address whether the removal of the later building fabric is an issue and why it was important to remove the later changes. Criteria consideration E states that a reconstructed property is eligible when it is accurately executed in a suitable environment and presented in a dignified manner as part of a restoration master plan when no other building or structure with the same associations has survived. All 3 of these requirements must be met. For properties listed under criterion consideration E, most or all of the fabric is not original. This implies that more than 50%. More than 50%. Therefore, if you get to where 50% of the material is not original, then that property would have to meet criteria consideration E. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly more than 50% and perhaps as much as 75% of the original fabric remains. So it may be a challenge to move forward with criteria consideration E given the level of remaining historic fabric. So for meeting criteria consideration E, the setting or suitable environment and having a restoration master plan are critical. In evaluating the property under this consideration, the consultant will need to address the fact that the work developed organically and without a restoration master plan, and that the setting is comprised of modern conjectural buildings and a building relocated from Johnston County. If undertaking the evaluation is determined that if in undertaking the evaluation, it is determined that the building is not a reconstruction, then the consultant would need to demonstrate that it is a restoration that meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for restoration. Once the restoration versus reconstruction question has been settled, the remainder of the nomination would consist of the consultant demonstrating how the building meets one or more National Register criteria. If the building is being nominated under criterion C, the building type, form, style would be the basis, and a discussion of why this type, form, or style of building is important on Roanoke Island would be necessary. A discussion of the other extant buildings of this type would be included. Our National Register reviewer indicated that the National Register boundary would need to be drawn very tightly around the building to exclude all of the later conjectural outbuildings. And that is in conflict with his earlier suggestion to follow the whole parcel. So the consultant provided some additional information for the study list application that included some historical documentation of now gone buildings on the island that shed some light on the island's building traditions. Burnside's headquarters, which is what you're looking at here, and the Baum House show variations on the two-story house form. She also provided 2 examples of buildings that have undergone a significant amount of rehabilitation or restoration work and that were successfully listed. This is the New Kent Ordinary in New Kent County, Virginia, and that was listed in 2019 under criterion A and C. The rehabilitation work on this building was done in the 1960s and recreated the historic roof form. The Jarvisburg Colored School in Currituck County was listed in 2009 under criterion A for its significance in the area of Black ethnic heritage. And in this image, you can get a sense of the level of work that was undertaken at that building. So that is what I have. Staff, we had a long discussion about this at our staff review meeting, trying to make that case and figure out where to go with this. And ultimately, we are putting it squarely in your hands to make that decision. I will answer any questions as best I can. Jeff is here for questions as well.
So I would assume there has not been enough time to make all the adjustments to the film that we're requesting, adding more information about this and that, or has the actual.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, questions?
Reconstruction says in the first line, it's a vanished building. It's never vanished.
That's true. It's not
So it can't be
vanished.
Restored. It can't be reconstructed unless it's far away.
Right.
Are we permitted to ask a question of the sponsor?
I think so. Can they ask questions of our visitors?
I'm sure.
I think so.
Based on what you just heard, do you feel like you've got an understanding of what entailed and the challenges in front of you?
We do. We fully understand that. And my colleague and co-founder, Mr. Barker, was very involved in the colored school in Currituck County. And we can tell you that that house that is on the register had more moved and very much less was still standing. It was restored academically, as we believe Island Farm was, and it's on the National Register. So we're hoping we can follow all the rules and regulations to do everything you want us to do. And eventually try to designate this building. I was born and raised on the island, and I know the other 2 houses. One we're about to leave right now in development. The other one may have a future. But this is the only building representing mid-century architecture and subsistence farming as a way of life. Be sure it's here for future generations for that life. We fully understand that it's only the 50 to 70% of the main house that probably should be listed on that sheet. We went farther with the academic restoration and reconstruction to provide context for the district. And we did that with a very distinguished list of archaeologists and Friedrich, I guess, the most sought after restoration specialist. We brought us all there and actually cut all the wood for all of the elements. We have the nails made. But we know that they are new, but they are an essential part of our interpretation of the business. And we're willing to do whatever we need to do. Unfortunately, Jenny Smith, who has been working with us for 13 years of research and planning, and this year marks 13 years we've been open to the public and have over 150,000 visitors to the site. She has just taken a new job and will not be able to with us to finish. If this is on site, we're going to have someone else to answer all of the questions, but we are committed to doing that if you will allow us. It was a long answer. I know it doesn't matter what you're considering today, but this house is important for other reasons. The young African American child with Guthrie was born on the farm. He played in that house and on those porches. And he went on to become the first African American keeper in the United States Life Saving Service. And just a couple of years ago, the United States spent $33 million building a cutter and naming it for him. So we interpret his existence and his life. It produced the North Carolina legislature. And one of the sons of the house was one of the two primary white brothers in the first flight, buried in the grave. So it's important to our little island. Unfortunately, it's all we have.
Well, I want to go back to what John said in the very first statement. It is the only place, if you've ever been back to Roanoke Island recently, that you can see that this island made its living as a farming and fishing place. Everything else has been turned to big houses, big, and so I think I'm sorry, the archaeological results were not as good as we would want. I think one of the things we might want to encourage is, I don't know how much y'all covered, but to cover more of the property, because I think archaeologically is where we're going to find some of the answers to what was going on this property.
And Madam Chair, I think what we learned through the couple of summers of archaeological work during the 13 years that we were trying to figure out what to do with it, is that most of the buildings on the island were not built on brick piers, but built on cypress stumps. And they were searching for brick everywhere, but there were very few bricks. The English brick are indigenously empty. But the outbuildings were most likely all built on cypress stumps, and that's why no matter how long and hard they search, they can't find it.
Any comments, more comments? See people looking at me with big eyes and saying, okay.
Well, I'll add this then. I understand some of the challenges here, but if putting it on the study list allows them to do some more research, then that seems like a reasonable approach to me. It doesn't guarantee listing, but it allows them the opportunity to pursue it further. So that's my feeling at this point.
There will be a daunting challenge.
Yeah. It'd be a narrow path, but it appears there is at least a potential.
And if I may, I'll just say that I applaud the work of our team, John, working with them here. I mean, this has been a tremendous amount of work. I had the opportunity to visit just last week. And I applaud what John and Billy and Lad have done to preserve this space. If you haven't been, I do recommend, if you're there, the opportunity to go and just visit for yourself. But I agree with you, Sean, on this.
And may I tag on Dr. Waters' comments? And I think Mr. Wilson alluded to this. There's been a long history of our office working with the preservation partners to try to inform this entire endeavor, not just a willy-nilly exercise by any stretch of the imagination. So as we heard at one of our nominations this morning, there were some things that had happened outside of our knowledge, but yet we still found a path forward. I think in this case, the fact that we've been working very closely, collaboratively for so many years, I think that should be considered as well, if you don't mind me saying.
Yes, and in addition to that 5.09 acres that we hold deed, you at Cultural Resources have assigned to you another 6 or 7 acres adjacent to that was acquired with clean water money 20 years ago in support of the interpretive evidence. So it is a partnership, a long partnership.
And it would be, if this had not been saved, we all know there would be nothing left of that culture. Yes.
What amount of time are we talking about here for this restoration to occur? Generally.
I think that we don't know how long it's, if you chose to allow it to be placed on the study list, I think we don't know how long it would take a new consultant to come in and do all of the work that the criteria requires that we do back to you some years from now. And hopefully we will have answered all of the questions that we can answer.
If it's on the study list, there is no time limit. They can do as long as it, because I'll speak from personal experience. From the time my house was listed till I finally got everything in place, took me about 9 years.
Yeah.
So I was doing it by myself, so that's.
I would like to make a motion that we just put the Augustus Etheridge House in Manio on the North Carolina study list.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And one of your distinguished colleagues did some work at Island Farm 21 years ago.
Not really. I just kind of helped with Janie's. Thanks.
All right, we will go on with our next part of the Oak City Cemetery. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm not reading correctly. We're at the Dolores Hotel in Beaufort.
And I don't have to recuse myself.
What?
I do not have to recuse myself.
Okay, good.
Because if I did, Dr. Rose Brothers would have to too. And I've checked it out. We're okay.
So I have two study list applications for you today. The first is the Cadet Hotel in Beaufort. We have Kyle Gardner here. Answer any questions you have at the end. So the Gaudet Hotel is the historically African-American hotel located in Beaufort and Carteret County. It is located at 400 Pollock Street. As you can see in this streetscape, it's at the intersection there of Pollock and Cedar. And it's on a 1/10 of an acre lot in a historically African-American neighborhood, just 3 blocks from downtown. The Gaudet Hotel, also referred to as Gaudet's Place, was built in 1946. The hotel was owned and operated by Henderson Gaudet Jr. and his wife, Lucy Gray Gaudet. Born in Craven Corner, an African-American neighborhood in Harlow, 15 miles north of Beaufort, Henderson was the son of Henderson Gaudet Sr., an accomplished carpenter and builder who constructed numerous homes and public buildings in Craven and Carteret counties. With help of his father and brothers, Henderson Gaudet Jr. built the Gaudet Hotel at the corner of Cedar and Pollock Streets. And when the building was complete, the Gaudets and their children moved into the second floor of the hotel. The first story of the Gannett Hotel is constructed of concrete block, which is currently parged, and the second story is frame. It was historically clad in asbestos shingle siding, which was removed prior to, it was threatened with demolitions. It was removed prior for asbestos abatement. The bottom left-hand photo shows it before it was covered in Tyvek, and this is what it looks like today here in the larger photo. The first floor of the hotel contains 3 spaces set up kind of shotgun style, stacked right one behind the other. And you pass through each of the spaces to get into the next one. The first space you come into is the lobby on the first floor. These are the front doors here. Then you pass through into an area that was the kitchen. It's currently one large space, but there was probably some sort of internal partition, but currently it's just kind of one big open space. And you can see we're going into the main room, which served as the cafe as well as a game room with card tables and billiard tables. And also the bar. The stairwell is located in the western corner of that room. So kind of in that top photo, if you kind of go this way, go to the left a little bit. So that's a stairwell leading to the second floor. And the main feature of the second floor is this very wide corridor. It's much wider than it looks here. It's very wide. And then there are 14 rooms off of that corridor. They're relatively small by today's standards, at least. You would think it's a pretty small hotel room, and they're simply finished, but they do all have their wood panel doors and things like that. So they are decently intact. Very bright colors. All of them are very brightly colored. There are also 2 communal bathrooms on the second floor, and both of them retain their original like avocado green tile and some of their original fixtures as well. And as you can see, going through the photos, a lot of the interior finishes remain intact, and also some of the furniture like the bar stools, and even the original piccolo machine, which is the jukebox. While her husband worked the family farm, Lucy Godet oversaw the operation of the hotel and restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. The hotel was open to all patrons, but primarily served Black travelers and the surrounding African-American community. During the Jim Crow era, the majority of the town's hotels, restaurants, and boarding houses did not serve Black customers. As a result, the Godet Hotel became a popular destination for African Americans traveling and working in Beaufort. Rooms were available from $2.50 a night to $15 per night, and guests could eat their meals in the cafe on the first floor. In addition to out-of-town travelers, the hotel frequently hosted construction workers and seasonal workers employed by local fisheries. And this is the Godet Hotel. The homecoming parade for the Queen Street High School, which is just down the street, was passing in front of the Godet Hotel. And that's actually a Godet it was one homecoming queen. So they were very, very prominent in this area. The Godet Hotel quickly became a local institution and a social gathering place for the surrounding Black community. The restaurant, which served Lucy Godet's home cooking, was popular among guests and locals alike. In the evening, guests and neighborhood residents gathered in the hotel's main room to play cards, socialize, and dance to a jukebox. According to oral tradition, the hotel was also a popular lunch spot for students at the Queen Street High School, which is in the upper right-hand corner here, which was a Black high school located just a few blocks from the hotel. The high school did not have a cafeteria, so at lunchtime, students reportedly walked down the street to the hotel to enjoy a hot meal. And the hotel also reportedly boarded students from Craven Corner while they attended high school in Beaufort. According to city directories, the Godet Hotel was still in operation in 1963, and it potentially operated into the 1970s, but we kind of need to do more research to determine exact period of operation. Henderson Godet Jr. died in 1997, and Lucy Godet passed away 4 years later in 2001. And it remained in family hands afterwards. In 2020, the hotel was condemned and was threatened with demolition, but was purchased by Preservation North Carolina in October of 2020. And the current owner purchased it from PNC in October 2021. In addition to the hotel, a single-family residence and a metal carport are associated with the property. Historic aerials indicate that the house and the carport were constructed between 1958 and 1964. And the address for this is 402. The hotel is 400, and this is 402. And that does not appear in city directories 402. It's possible it was one parcel. It's possible it came later, but you don't see it in the city directories in 1963. So it's possible that it was built after 63, but again, we need to do more research to kind of figure out when it was built. The house has a simple front gable form with a facade projection and a shed roof front porch. It's clad in aluminum siding and features 2/2 double hung wood windows, which is consistent with a mid-20th century construction date. And according to later deeds, the Gaudets did live here in the 80s. However, it's unclear if they built the house or if they lived in the house while they operated the hotel. Not exactly sure when that relationship happened, but at some point they did live in this house, and we kind of need to figure out whether or not this house is historically associated with the hotel. They are currently owned by the same person. So the Gaudet Hotel is significant at the local level as a prominent African-American hotel and gathering space for the Black community in Beaufort during the mid-20th century. Although it has remained vacant for several years, the building has a high degree of integrity. Interior spatial divisions, windows, doors, floors, and other finishes remain intact. On the exterior of the building, the asbestos shingle siding has been removed and several windows are currently boarded, but overall the building retains its historic form and features. There have been some alterations to the setting, which you may have seen in that first photo, that streetscape. There's been demolitions, infill, some new commercial construction, which is immediately across the road from the hotel. But overall, the area still retains the historic feel of a historically African-American neighborhood. So given its degree of integrity and its historic role in Beaufort African-American community, staff recommends placing the Gaudet Hotel on the study list for its potential significance under criterion A in the areas of social history and Black ethnic heritage.
Yay, thank you. We have some guests from Beaufort who are with us. Would you like you to introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kyle Warner. I'm the planning director and also the historic preservation plan.
Well, we appreciate you coming with us for us today. If you have any comments or anything you'd like to say?
And ma'am, I'm here in official capacity just to listen and find out the process and so forth. Nomination.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions? Any comments? Oh, quiet right now. All right, then we will go on to the Old Oak Cemetery in Elizabeth City. We will vote as a group on these two front.
All right. So the second study list application I have for you is the Old Oak Grove Cemetery in Elizabeth City in Pasquotank County. So it's located in Elizabeth City, south of the city, kind of south of downtown. It's located in a primarily residential area. So there's a housing project development across the street, as well as some residential housing in the area. There's an elementary school, as you can see down the corner. And if you can see that little stadium down here in the right-hand corner, that's Elizabeth City State University. That's just catty corner to it, like very catty corner to it. So, the cemetery, Old Oak Grove Cemetery is the oldest African-American cemetery in Elizabeth City. In 1886, Hugh Cale, one of the founding fathers of Elizabeth City State University, ECSU, and several other prominent members of the Black community purchased 14 acres from C.W. and Florence L. Grandy for $140 for the purposes of creating a cemetery for Black residents of Elizabeth City. The cemetery remained in private ownership until the 1960s when it was acquired by the city, who still owns and maintains it today. Old Oak Grove Cemetery occupies approximately 8 acres of the 14-acre parcel purchased by Cale and Associates in 1880, and the parcel boundaries are the same, but the cemetery only covers a certain portion. The other 6 acres are wooded wetlands, so they're not good for burying people in. Curving gravel driveways lined by mature trees provide access to the various sections of the cemetery, and the entrance to the primary driveway is framed by brick gate posts, which you can see there. In 2021, the city received a grant from the Historic Preservation Fund to map the cemetery and conduct a ground penetrating radar survey. According to the survey, the cemetery contains approximately 3,900 cemetery markers and more than 5,400 probable grave anomalies, which includes both marked and unmarked graves. There's also potential for additional burials that were not detected by GPR. So this map is from the 2022 GPR report prepared by New South Associates. What you're seeing here, it's a little bit confusing to look at, but all the different colors indicate various different kinds of markers. It does include things like planter bases and benches, but the majority of what you're seeing is either a headstone, a tombstone, a footstone, a ledger stone, some sort of actual grave marker. So you can see just in terms of the marked graves, how many there are in the cemetery. And then we go to the other map, which is, this is the results of the GPR survey. And so blue is the unmarked burials that were detected, potential unmarked burials that are detected, and orange are the marked burials. So you can see it's very jam-packed in there. It's a very full cemetery, and there's even burials, if you kind of look carefully, that are underneath the driveways. So the driveways have apparently shifted around a little bit. And as I said, there's potential for additional unmarked burials. I think that's particularly within the areas along the wooded portion of the property where maybe GPR can't get to because of the trees. So burials within the cemetery are clustered in linear rows, but have no distinctive organization. In some instances, family plots are enclosed by wrought iron or metal fencing or delineated by concrete curbing, but most often they're just grouped kind of loosely together within the cemetery. Let's see. The oldest burial dates to 1884, which does predate the establishment of the cemetery, and the kind of working theory is that it was moved probably to that cemetery. It does remain active. So the latest burial was 2021, but the majority of the burials date from the early, mid, and late 20th centuries. Markers in the cemetery consist of tombstones, upright and angled headstones, flat lawn markers, ledger stones, and obelisks. Arched, pointed arch, OG, and square top markers are most common, and the majority are either marble or granite. Iconography is fairly restrained and primarily consists of natural and floral motifs, as well as religious iconography, most notably crosses, and other common funerary art like doves and lambs and Masonic symbols and things like that. There are a number of vernacular headstones. It's just 4 examples. I could pull many, many more. There are many new vernacular headstones within the cemetery with rough carved inscriptions. Some of them, like the top 2, appear to have been purchased probably from, or been created at least by a skilled craftsman of some sort, and then hand etched by a layperson. But some, like the bottom 2, appear to have been made by a layperson from start to finish, and then hand etched. And I love the one on the bottom here because it has a little star on it. I think it's very sweet, and I love that you can see the handwriting of each individual within the vernacular stone. So they are very interesting. One section of the cemetery contains burials of approximately 30, if not more, soldiers who served in the U.S. colored troops during the Civil War. Most are concentrated in the section seen here on the north side of the cemetery, but a few additional burials are located within family plots. Other notable figures in the cemetery include Hugh Cale, P.W. Moore, John Henry Bias, and Peter and Samira Moore, who were all instrumental in the founding of ECSU, which was then known as the Elizabeth City Colored Normal School. Several of the headstones within the Old Oak Grove Cemetery were broken or collapsed, and graves adjacent to this large tree, seen here in the bottom right, in the center of the cemetery, have been infiltrated by roots. And I'd say the majority of the markers have some sort of discoloration or organic growth that obscures their inscriptions and their iconography. However, despite the damage to these headstones, it still communicates its significance and its history as an historic African-American cemetery. And it's certainly just something to keep in mind. There's corn on this one, which is, and again, I love headstones. Cemeteries are one of my favorite things. So the Old Oak Grove Cemetery was the first communal burial ground for African-Americans in Elizabeth City. Those interred within the cemetery include everyday residents, community leaders, educational pioneers, and distinguished servicemen, representing the full range of Black society within Elizabeth City from the late 19th century to present. Staff recommends placing the Old Oak Grove Cemetery on the study list for its potential eligibility under Criteria Consideration D and Criterion A and D. The cemetery is potentially significant in the area of Black ethnic heritage and social history as the first African-American burial ground in Elizabeth City. Additionally, and I spoke to our archaeology colleagues here at SHPO, and they said that it had good potential under Criterion D as well. I'm going to read a paraphrase of what I was sent. Archaeological features produced by the former landscape features and plantings, as well as materials that have accumulated through use of the cemetery over time, can provide information valuable to the understanding of the property and its evolution. An analysis of surviving markers, gravesite offerings, and subsurface features associated with wood or plant marked plots and graves could contribute to the broader understanding of African-American society and funerary traditions in Elizabeth City in the late 19th century to present. The 2022 GPR report also notes the potential for additional unmarked graves that were not identified during the GPR survey, which could yield further information about the cemetery and Elizabeth City's African-American community. That's everything I have for you today. Any questions?
That's exceptional. Graveyards being nominated.
So for graveyards being nominated, they need to either have a significant history or association with significant persons. Usually burials are less eligible because you're looking at other resources beyond someone's burial. And then also for their design or for the design of headstones and things like that. Or
Which grade line would this one be?
A and D. So we're looking at history as the first African-American cemetery in Elizabeth City as an African-American resource for social history as well as Black ethnic heritage. And then also D, based on the conversations I've had with our archaeology staff about its potential and based on the GPR report that was completed in 2022 or 20, yeah.
Madam Chair, if I could add, for those of you who've been on here for a while, Mr. Jorgensen, we have listed cemeteries very similar to this. Dr. Johnson, I remember as well, Overland and Oak Grove, probably the most recent I can think of that are right here in Raleigh. They have a lot of similarities with what England shows.
We have two nominations for the study list. Would either someone like to make a motion on those two?
I move that we accept staff recommendations and both properties be listed on the study list.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We will go to the Western region.
All right, so our first property from the Western region is the RL in Virginia Maxwell Ballou House, which is located in Ashe County in the little town of Jefferson, not to be confused with West Jefferson, which is bigger than Jefferson. The Ballou House was constructed between 1909 and 1910 for attorney Robert Lucien Ballou and his wife, Virginia Maxwell Ballou. They used a mixture of Queen Anne and colonial revival style architectural elements. The Ballous lived here for about 15 years until they moved to Kentucky in 1925, and it's been owned by several successive owners ever since. It has a running bond exterior, brick exterior, and slate roof, and the pyramidal roof structure and the dormers allow for a generous half story. The house has been altered in several phases that roughly correspond to the change in ownership over the years. And so I'll take you clockwise around the exterior of the house first and explain those series of changes. And first, we'll look at this historic photograph of the house soon after it was built. And there's Mr. Ballou, the original owner. Okay, so in the mid to late 1980s, the entire wraparound porch that you see here, one that was similar to this, the original to the house, was removed, and this was constructed in its place. The major change from the original to what you see today is that this porch comes to a right angle on the southeast corner, which unfortunately is kind of obscured by this ornamental tree right in the way. But originally this porch curved around the house rather than coming to a right angle. And although these classical columns are similar to what was on the house to begin with, they're a little girthier than the originals. And there were also columns in pairs, as you often see on a Queen Anne colonial revival transitional house. The paired columns were not replaced. And at the same time, that balustrade was added in the 80s. There had not been a balustrade linking those columns originally. Oh, excuse me, wrong direction. And then as we move around to the rear of the house, you can see here on the exterior where there was a rear porch that was either overbuilt or it was removed, and this expansion to a den that I'll show you in the interior in just a minute was added to the house. That happened in 1964. And in the mid to late 80s, this garage, which can park 4 cars if they're small enough, was added, bumping out that enlargement of the house even further to the rear. On the opposite side of the rear of the house, you can see, I'm sorry, I thought I would have a pointer today. So you can see that there was an exterior door that connected to a rear porch
that was either removed or overbuilt when the den was expanded. And this door was sealed up in the 50s. The porch would have been lost or changed significantly sometime in the 60s. And then let's look at this on the inside. So this is the rear room of the house now, and you can see based on the brick that this was an exterior wall. It was braced when the wall was opened. These wood unpainted beams were added just for show there in that rear room. And then here you can see where coming out of what's now the kitchen, there was a rear door to the house that's now fully enclosed inside that den expansion. And then also in the interior of the house, now we're looking at the primary entrance in from the street. And at one time you would have entered through that door and you would have been in a hallway, which you can see there's a beam there remaining. And then here's that from the other direction. You would have been in a hallway that led you from the entrance into a stair hall. And now you've got an open room into the parlor. And we don't know when that wall was removed and that change was made. Also in this parlor room, we have a large aluminum frame plate glass window, probably from the mid-century. And there it is from the exterior. This is the south elevation of the house. And it replaced what was very similar to what we normally see that lights a stair hall. You know, if I were looking at the exterior of a house and I saw a window, like I've circled in red, of that size, I might assume that that was adding light to an interior stair. But in this case, that kind of porthole looking window was what was on the south wall of the parlor. So it's been replaced by the big plate glass window. And then in addition to what I've been able to show you, in the mid-1960s, all of the lath and plaster throughout the house was torn out. The house was taken down to the studs. And the applicant says that drywall was installed. Given the date, it might be plasterboard rather than drywall. But that original lath and plaster is gone. And the whole house has a more modern interior finish. The kitchen that was in the house was completely overhauled with brand new cabinets and a new layout. And then there's also a fireplace that was removed when that rear wall was opened up and the den was created on the back of the house. On the positive side, the house retains a really nice collection of mantels. They're very much in the Queen Anne style of the day. On the first floor, they retain their mirrored over mantels, and there's lovely wooden trim throughout the house. In the half story, you have a nice wide stair hall that opens to 4 bedrooms. You've got a lovely Queen Anne style colored stained glass window. This is, if we were standing where I was when I took the photo, you're looking out to the street. And then each of the bedrooms in the half story has the mantle, has doors, has all kinds of wood trim and hardware and lovely original features that remain in that portion of the house. Based on the application and further conversations with the current owner, there does not appear to be an argument for either criterion A or B for this house. So eligibility would rest on a criterion C argument for architectural significance. And because of the successive phases of alterations in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1980s, staff does not believe that the house retains sufficient integrity to meet that threshold for criterion C, with architecture as the area of significance. And therefore, we do not recommend placement of the Ballou house on this study list. And Hannah has the next one, so I don't know if you'd like her to continue or.
I'll let her and then we'll come back.
Okay,
So the last property for the Western region is the Rutherford Spindale Central High School. Additional documentation, boundary increase and boundary decrease. Located in Rutherford County, centrally located between the towns of Rutherfordton, Spindale, and Ruth, which are the three communities the school served. The school was listed in the National Register in 1993 with boundaries that only encompassed the 1924 high school building and the 1939 vocational education building, as well as the approach drive from Old Charlotte Road. These photos showed the buildings at the time of listing. The school was listed for local significance under criterion A for education as an important local example of efforts to modernize and consolidate North Carolina schools, specifically in this case for white children in the early 1920s. It was also locally significant under criterion C for architecture as an important classical revival school building designed by architect Hugh Edward White. The period of significance spanned 1924 to 1939, presumably corresponding to the dates of construction for the two buildings. However, the school campus continued to grow with several new mid-century buildings and athletic fields. So the two listed buildings are shown at the bottom there in red, with mid-century buildings surrounding them on three sides and the athletic fields to the north. The study list application for the property proposes a boundary increase to encompass significant mid-century campus development. Additional documentation would be necessary to expand the context, history, and period of significance through the early 1970s. The school appears to have continued significance under criterion A for education as the school continued to grow due to suburbanization, further school consolidation, and integration. So in the fall of 1967, 3% of students were Black, but by 1972, the number was 20%. Under criterion C for architecture, there is continued significance as an example of changing architectural styles and plans of education buildings from more traditional classical revival style of the early 20th century into modernism of the mid 20th century. So there are 8 buildings, main buildings on the campus. We have that 1925 original school building and the 1939 vocational education building, also called here on the plan the administration building. Then in 1957, a cafeteria was added. 1962, a band building and a gymnasium / science building were added. 1966 library building. There is a 1998 academic building that was added that would be a non-contributing resource. And just off screen here, there's a 1971 shop building that would also presumably date within that period of significance. So before we look at each resource individually, I want to note that the school buildings were renovated in 1992, presumably shortly after the property was nominated. So it was listed in early 1993 and 1992 renovations were not reflected in the nomination. So it was all going on kind of at the same time. And on all buildings, the windows and exterior doors have been replaced. So I won't mention that as we go through, just know that that is the case. So this is the main school building. In the top left, you can see what it looked like at the time of original listing, and that's what it looks like now in the bottom right. Here's the floor plan of one of the floors, second floor. You see here, there's a classroom wing, an entrance, and this is an auditorium and gymnasium wing. There was a fire in the classroom wing in 1938, so the interior reflects 1939 renovations with more simplistic designs and finishes. Here are some typical spaces in the classroom wing. You'll see drop ceilings and vinyl tile floors are part of that 1992 renovation. But otherwise, the floor plan and the finishes remain intact. Here's the auditorium, which is unchanged from that 1993 nomination. And the basement level gymnasium. So at the time of listing, you see that to the left, and then current to the right. It had a mezzanine, which was enclosed in 1998 for mechanical space, and metal supports were added. And you can see it's in disrepair, but still identifiable as a gymnasium. This is the vocational education building or the administration building at the time of listing and now. In current photos, you can see one of several areas on the complex where metal structures shelter walkways. This appears to be a post-1992 addition. So looking at the floor plan, the 1992 renovations created an interior connection between the two halves of the building that was not previously there. So I believe that includes the hallway right here as well. And some typical views of the interior. I believe the drop ceilings were already in place in some of the 1992 photos from the nomination. This is the cafeteria. You have the front elevation at top left and the rear elevation and the side elevation. And then floor plans with the dining room and the kitchen. And some typical interior views. This is a small band building. We do not have any interior views of this one, but this is the floor plan of the interior. This is the gymnasium and science building. So here's the front elevation. And then this is the rear elevation and the side elevation. And the floor plans remain intact. You have a large gymnasium space here and then flanked on two sides by classrooms. Some interior views, the gymnasium, hallway, and some typical science classrooms. This is the library. So front elevation and then side and rear elevation. In the floor plan, you have a large library, open library space, some classrooms, and then at the basement level, you have more classrooms. And some typical interior views. Down here is the shop building from 1971. We don't have any photos, additional photos of this building on the interior, but as I understand it, it has not changed much. And this is that 1998 academic building, which would again be non-contributing. So there are two athletic fields north of the rest of the campus and associated building structures with those. The 1950s baseball diamond and a 1964 stadium. Views of the baseball field. This includes dugouts and bleachers. And the stadium, which also includes bleachers, an observation booth, ticket booths, and bathrooms. So the proposed boundaries at this time aren't clear, but should be drawn to encompass all of the resources shown in this presentation. Also, a boundary decrease should be prepared to exclude a portion of the original boundary down here that extends into Charlotte Road at the south of the property. So staff recommends adding the Rutherford Spindale Central High School additional documentation, boundary increase and boundary decrease to the state study list.
Are there any questions? Right, on the Western region, the staff recommends not to accept the Blue House and to accept the Rutherford boundary change. Do I have a motion? Anyone?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Right, we have 10 more properties to go. Would y'all like to take a short break right now? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then about 5 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll finish these last 10.
Okay.
Yes.
I would say. Do all.
That'd be more than.
Oh, you're welcome. It's, partners. The bottom.
I see.
How are you?
Yeah. Sam's office building.
knock out his last 10.
So.
As a younger, as I get older.
Everything you asked. And these were trying to sing.
Y'all ready to go?
Ready.
Okay. Bonham is located in Chatham County, which is just about right in the middle of the state. The town is situated on the Hall River, just north of Pittsburgh. The district's potential boundary is shown here, including the mill site and the mill race right along the river, and that overlaps the already listed Bonham Bridge. I'm showing you this in case any of you look at our maps from time to time and you see the boundary that's currently mapped. A boundary was drawn in a 1997 environmental review report, and that included the mill site and the race. But since then, the mill has burned down. So I think that the more likely boundary excludes the mill site along the right along the river. And that's what we generally do. If the mill village does not have its mill with it, we don't include the site. So this boundary includes about 72 resources, most of which are houses. And again, including the mill site is something that a preparer would address. And we don't really set boundaries in the study list process. But Jeff Smith and I have both been to look at this in the field and feel good about this particular boundary. Houses in what's called the Mill Hill are mill houses built over the course of 3 building campaigns. Houses were built in a limited selection of forms: a 1.5-story side gable form, a 1-story side gabled form with a centered roof gable, and a planar side gable form with 1 or 2 front doors. At the east end or top of the Mill Hill is a baseball field and a water tower, both of which contribute to the district's historic character. Then along Bonham Road, we have some 1920s and 30s bungalows and a couple of late 19th or early 20th century houses, plus the district's 3 small commercial buildings and the district's church. Houses in this section north of a creek that parallels Bonham Road are late 19th century and early 20th century houses associated with mill managers and some Bonham family members. Milling began at this location when Luke Bonham built a grist mill in this area around 1779. Almost a century later, in 1872, his grandsons, Luther and Carney Bonham, along with E.W. Atwater and George Thompson, organized Bonham Manufacturing Company as a textile operation. They built a 3-story frame to house this new operation. And the Bonhams constructed 14 houses for mill hands. In 1886, the Bonhams sold the operation to John Milton Odell, a manufacturer from Concord. The Bonham brothers stayed on as superintendent and operator until around 1900. In 1916, lightning destroyed the wooden building and a new brick factory went into service in 1917. During the 1920s and 1930s, the company added additional mill houses to the village. The mill operated until 1979, and then it burned in 2001. The mill village remained in company ownership until 1976, when the Chatham County Housing Authority received a community development block grant to buy the houses, rehabilitate them, and sell them to the tenants. We'll take a tour of the district now. Here you're looking, I think I skipped a line, but where this is looking uphill, right up the Mill Hill. The mill site would be behind me or behind Jeff. He was really the photographer here. Examples of one, you can see an example of a 1.5-story mill house on the left and the right. And then the example on the right also has, it sort of has 2 sides to it. I'm assuming this was at least 2 housing units when it was first completed in this configuration. So as we move through the district, you'll notice some replacement windows and vinyl siding and some additions, but the mill village as a whole retains really good integrity. So we'll just that's the water tower. looking down, down one of the streets, down the Mill Hill. This is one of the Bonham family houses. And this is Bonham Methodist Church. The Bonham supported construction of the sanctuary in 1901, and it was bricked over in 1965. Commercial buildings include 2 frame commercial buildings and 1 masonry commercial building. The masonry building is really in ruins. To the north, across Bonham Road and across that creek I mentioned, are a group of houses associated again with the Bonham family and mill managers. Staff recommends approval of the Bonham Mill Village for the study list. The district is a good candidate for the register under probably under C and possibly under A for community planning and development. As an intact mill village, it retains the architectural integrity necessary to convey its associations. And the period of significance would most likely stem from the construction of the earliest extant building, which I don't know exactly when that is, but that's something that preparer would uncover, to probably 1976, when the county bought the houses and then began moving the houses into private ownership. So we'll keep on trucking here. This is Johnson's Drive-In. This is also in Chatham County, but on the other side of the county in Siler City. And it's located just to the east of downtown, kind of northeast, I guess, of downtown, in a location that on this map, you can tell that it is definitely oriented toward the motoring public. Leonard and Christine Johnson, along with their son Claxton, opened Johnson's Drive-In in 1946. 2-room restaurant quickly became a must-stop location along Highway 64 between Asheboro and Raleigh. In 1959, the family added a restaurant wing, and they covered the 1946 building with a new brick veneer to match the new wing. This is looking at it from overhead. That's the 1959 restaurant, and then they added sort of a awning all the way around it. Today, the restaurant retains its 1960 appearance, both inside and out. One of the 2 original front doors from the original building was covered in 1959. And then we'll kind of that's from 1961. And today, moving around the end and the back. The back of the 1946 building also lost its original fenestration in 1959. This is the interior. This is the older part of the building, which is used for storage now. But behind shelving and underneath boxes and stuff are original counters and cabinets. You can see a little bit of original cabinet there. There's an original counter there. It's just underneath stuff. And then this is in the 1960, 59-60 restaurant part. So staff feels that Johnson's Drive-In is a good candidate for the National Register under criterion A in the areas of entertainment and recreation, and possibly commerce or transportation. Right.
Are there any questions on either one of these properties?
I've eaten at Johnson so many times that if I ate there anymore, I might have to recuse myself.
They did include a long list of accolades about their burgers in their application. Yeah.
That's process margarita.
Yes.
And let's go on to Coker Hill neighborhood.
All right. So now we're moving just north to Orange County. To Coker Hills, which is in Chapel Hill. Coker Hills was developed on land that had been owned by William Coker, a botanist who joined UNC's faculty in 1902. And if you're familiar with UNC's campus, you know, the Arboretum there is his creation, and there's at least one building named for him on campus. Coker created a teaching arboretum and served as the head of the university's building and grounds committee for many years, in addition to being a professor of Hartsville, South Carolina, and his father had helped found Coker College. During his long tenure at UNC, he purchased land in and around Chapel Hill for conservation and exploration, kind of, my understanding, sort of his own rambling grounds. When he died in 1953, he left portions of those land holdings to Coker College. The college's trustees then partnered with Henry Totten, who was a botany professor as well and a colleague of Dr. Coker's and was his successor at UNC. So the college partnered with him to create Coker Hills as a subdivision that would reflect some of Dr. Coker's concerns and interests about plants and the environment and conservation and that sort of thing. So the subdivision was designed with specific covenants and directives that regarding conservation and the protection of flora and maybe fauna too, but definitely the flora. Planning began in the 1950s, and the streets were named for botanists and naturalists with particular ties to the American South. The earliest houses date from around 1961, with construction continuing into the 1970s. Most of the houses were architect design and all were custom projects for clients rather than speculative builds. The neighborhood does include traditional designs with colonial revival references, but it is best known for its collection of 1960s modernist designs. Architect Arthur Ralph Cogswell, a 1959 graduate of North Carolina State University School of Design, was the neighborhood's most prolific designer with 9 homes to his credit, including his own, this is an interior of that house. So when you enter Coker Hills from Elliott Road, you pass a modernist fire station that was designed specifically for Coker Hills. And then you really come into a wooded wonderland of modernism. So, I mean, there's some really spectacular houses in here. This is Cogswell's own house, the sort of interior side of it. So staff feels confident that Coker Hills is a very good candidate for the National Register under Criterion C for its collection of modernist houses, and likely under Criterion A in the area of community planning and development. Those are all of my questions.
No, but I was gonna comment back on Bynum. I saw a couple of Clyde's critters.
Yes. Yeah.
So you definitely know that you're in Bynum when you see those at different houses.
Yes, they're still around. I believe he has moved to a nursing home or retirement home or of some sort.
Right, let's go to the Garber House, and this is ours.
Is your water?
It's faster that way. Unless we have a controversial one. Don't you make a controversial?
On Apple TV.
You don't do that, would you?
Not in the interest of time.
Bear with me.
Oh.
What'd you do, Sarah? It opened yesterday. Just seems to not want to.
Because PowerPoint's still open?
I think the jump drive's still in there, just if you want to try to open it, or it's the,
Okay.
yeah. So this one?
Yeah.
That's weird because it's like moving, but all right.
That's what it's doing. It kept sticking on your document name. It got the story.
No, it's not.
Got batteries,
The
but-
trackpad won't, I can't click it off the trackpad either. Hey, Matt, are you out there in computer land? Yeah, we can't, we can move the cursor, but when we try and click on something, it won't open. Okay. Just gonna wait for him now.
Okay.
All right. Matt is coming to our rescue.
Or I got an email from a reporter that worked briefly.
Yeah, if you have the Johnsons and you're not a vegetarian, I highly recommend it.
So the building where she worked is the one on Marshall Street, which we found not eligible.
Cash only.
With that.
Okay, then I know it's great.
It's a, you know, it's like a.
Story is they grind the beef fresh every day and they close when they sell out. So it's usually closed about 2.
Well, that's a nice way to control your.
On his way out.
He did, yeah.
Okay.
Have you been to, what's the pork chop sandwich place up
Down area,
Now, Harry.
snappy line.
Happy lunch, yeah.
You've been to Jack's? Jack's probably. Jack's Seafood.
Texas kids.
Get the calls to that either.
You hearing about it? Haven't made it over there?
Just good, fried, they're southern.
He's, Matt said he was coming out. Okay. Oh, no, I was scared that here he is. But it's not.
If anybody wants to take a snack.
You bet on me that one.
You're right.
Yeah, that's all right.
I was just acting.
Harry. If you're ever up that way.
Yeah.
Where? Mount Harry.
Okay.
Pork chop sandwich.
They have it now.
Where you take off.
Yeah, was that again?
It happens again.
It was causing an issue. I don't know what.
Okay, it may have been these, so. Next slide.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 4 study list applications for you today, starting with the Garber House, which is at 419 North Stratford Road in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County. Pretty much the middle of the county. It is in the proposed Buena Vista Historic District, which was placed on the study list in 2009 as a result of one of the phases of the survey of Winston-Salem. Oh, by the way, it was designed by Northup and then O'Brien. And these are the original plans that apparently the new buyers got them with the house. So this is a facade, colonial revival in style. He was really excited about the slate shingle roofs and wanted me to see those in photographs. So I'm sharing that with you in the lower right corner. The house was constructed in 1922 from plans executed while Willard C. Northup, architectural firm Northup and O'Brien. The Garber House is situated on a parcel less than 1/2 acre in size. This is the north and rear elevations going from left to right. These are some of the original details along the front stoop. There's a mosaic tile inset that you can see in between the brick. It's a boot scraper for all those fine gentlemen that got mud on their wingtips, and then original louvered paneled shutters. And it's not a slam. I used to wear wingtips, so and I got mud on them every once in a while. The Garber House is a 2 1/2 story center hall, masonry constructed, colonial revival residence with most of its original finishes intact. Among those are slate shingles on the main roof and porch stoop, multi-paned wood sash windows atop limestone windowsills, a granite step with mosaic tile inlay leading to a 42-inch wide front entry door, a cast iron porch handrail, and an inset boot scraper. Now we're going inside the house. Original interior finishes include oak and heart pine flooring, cove molding, picture rail, a birch balustrade on the primary staircase, and a butler's pantry with floor-to-ceiling cabinetry. A large stone mantle surrounds the firebox in the living room, as well as built-in bookcases. 5 bedrooms and 2 baths comprise the second floor living space, while 2 additional bedrooms and a newly installed bathroom are on the 3rd floor. So most of the photos are from the MLS, the Realtor real estate listing. But this one on the right is one of theirs. I guess they just moved in, but this is another one of the renderings of the 1st floor. So you see the center hall, the kitchen's in the back on the left, which you see here on the left. And there is the butler's pantry with the requisite ingredients for the butler. Let's see. So the application, corroborated by original Northup and O'Brien architectural plans, state that the house is completed for R.F. Gray, a relative of Winston benefactor Bowman S. Gray Sr. However, separate sources state that the original occupants were Daniel Mason Garber and his wife Grace and their 3 daughters of New York City. They moved there in 1925. One of the Garber's 3 daughters, Mary Ellen, born in New York City in 1916, lived in the home from 1925 until her death in 2008. She attended Hollins College, Young University in Virginia, and returned to Winston-Salem to begin her career as a news reporter, which was born out of her letters to her grandparents, which she laid out like a newspaper, complete with Garber family headlines and lead stories. Ms. Garber began her career at the Twin Cities Sentinel, the daily afternoon paper, in 1940 as a society editor. Once World War II broke out, many men at the Sentinel left for the paper for military service. Garber seized the opportunity and joined the sports department, her first love, in 1944. Here's some early shots, the 2 flanking the center one. In her career. Mary remained in sports, reporting after the men returned from war, ultimately gaining notoriety for her pioneering work in journalism, which at the time of her early achievements was a male-dominated profession. She worked full-time until her 1986 retirement and then returned to work on a part-time basis at the Winston-Salem Journal through 2001. Prior to her death in 2005, later in life in the upper right-hand corner. Prior to her death in 2005, Garber became the first woman to win the Associated Press Sports Editors Red Smith Award, and the following year, the Association of Women in Sports Media changed the name of their Pioneer Award to the Mary Garber Pioneer Award. Not only did Garber break the gender barrier during her career, but she also broke the color barrier, reporting on sporting events at local Black high schools and colleges, notably Big House, Winston-Salem State University. I actually got an email from a current sports editor with the Journal. His name is John Dell. He's been with the paper since 1993. He remembered working briefly with Mary during the early part of his career. I say all this because the applicant is recommending that the property is eligible under criterion B for association with Ms. Garber, as well as C for architecture. So with criterion B, you have to find the property that best represents, sorry, the words are escaping me. Thank you, productive period in her life. The building, the Journal Sentinel building on Marshall Street, which we surveyed back in 2017 and found not eligible because of changes. That's where she worked. So I don't know, the preparer would have to determine if the house is the best example of her productive years of her life. Regardless, staff recommends the Garber House for the state study list for its architectural significance and its association with Mary Garber. The period of significance will be fleshed out during additional research. And I would assume that the boundary would be the tax parcel. I can continue or move on. Okay. Next, we're going to High Point, the First Citizens Bank building in Southeast Guilford County. And there it is within the downtown streetscape. Bounded by East High Avenue to the north, South Main Street to the west, South Wren Street to the east, and a multi-story municipal parking garage to its south. The First Citizens Bank building is located at 101 South Main Street in the heart of High Point's downtown commercial district. Completed in 1973, the brutalist style of First Citizens Bank was specifically chosen by architect J.N. Pease to celebrate High Point as a modern up-and-coming city. In announcing plans for the center, or the building, I should say, a Greensboro Daily News article reported, quote, a major architectural feature of the building will be a landscape sunken living plaza around which small retail shops will be located. The sunken plaza has been retained and continues to be a significant architectural feature of the building. So that's the building on the left from an early survey from this office. And sorry, that's where that's where it is. It removed that 1905 Elwood Hotel. And subsequently, I think most of those historic buildings are gone because of other modern construction. Okay. Standing 8 stories tall and 20 bays wide, the structure was designed in a simple but massive concrete rectangular form. The architect utilized a bold, contrasting color scheme of white walls with dark recessed windows and dark inset storefronts, creating a stark grid pattern on the north and south elevations. Both the windowless east and west elevations were nearly identical in appearance, constructed with asymmetrical concrete blocks to form a grid pattern with only 3 ground floor openings. All these exterior features remain intact. So we're going to take a stroll around the building. This is along the facade. So these are those 3 openings that were mentioned, all at the ground floor. There's a loading dock door where the arrow points on the east elevation. Here's the main point of entry. I'm sorry, my mistake. That's a door on the east elevation, just up from the loading bay. Here's the previously mentioned sunken garden. It has been altered. I think it was in 2000 that they added that IM payish glass top. I guess so they could, allow more retail opportunities. I'm not really certain. And here's the municipal parking garage dated to 1983. So this is the front entrance. The floor plan, the arrow pointing to the front entrance on the floor plan. Some other interior features on the floor plan include a vault in the far left corner there and the loading bay, which I previously mentioned. The applicant recommends First Citizens Bank eligible for the National Register under Criterion A because it was the first significant urban renewal project to be completed in downtown High Point, setting the stage for large-scale commercial development in what would become the city's downtown business district. Attempts to revitalize the downtown area have been futile until First Citizens Bank set the stage. The building is the earliest and best representation of the growth of the business district of downtown High Point in the mid-20th century. First Citizens Bank holds special significance in High Point, the state of North Carolina, and the American South because it represents the large-scale destruction, construction, and overall transformation of urban downtowns in the American South during the period of urban renewal in the 1970s. So again, here's some more of the interiors. That's again, that's the front entry in the upper left. Those are structural support columns in the two diagonal photos. And that is the safe in the lower right. On the second to the seventh floors, they're all pretty much just an open canvas. They're high rises like this are basically made to be amended to meet the tenant's needs. So, they do change over time. And I took these photographs while on a site visit. So as you can see, the vertical column or the vertical support columns are still there. Most likely there were acoustical ceiling tile systems in place. Those are no more, as well as now there's concrete floor. That's a stairwell, which I had to hike up along with the pregnant lady. So I give props to her. It was 8 stories, not Hannah, but she did give birth like a week later, I think. So anyway. So this is the top floor, which is where the First Citizens Bank, which actually began in Smithfield, I learned, interestingly enough. These are in this lower left-hand, which would be the southeast corner. That's executive office suites. Those double doors lead into it. And that's really all that's left or that had not been demoed. Okay.
Any questions on that building?
So the recommendation is to place it on the study list?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was getting there. I was just going to mention that it was brutalist architectural style. And again, although the interior has been compromised with changes, according to NR Bulletin 15, some buildings are virtually defined by their exteriors, and their contribution to the built environment can be appreciated even if their interiors are not accessible. And in some cases, the overarching significance of a property's exterior can overcome the adverse effects of the loss of an interior. Staff recommends the First Citizens Bank building be placed on the state study list for its local significance in commerce, community planning and development, and architecture. Any questions?
Okay, next house.
This is the Lemuel and Marguerite Whole House on Granville Road in Irving Park in Greensboro, pretty much center of the county. That is the parcel on which the property sits, where the red star is. West Cornwallis Drive is immediately to its north. And there are just 4 houses in this block. So these are some of those estate-like houses that these captains of industry had. The Lemuel and Marguerite S. Whole House occupies a prominent corner parcel, 1.4 acre in size, at the intersection of West Cornwallis Drive and Granville Road in the Irving Park subdivision, approximately 2 miles north of Greensboro's central business district. Surrounded by residential development, the expansive classical revival style residence is located near the Greensboro Country Club at the neighborhood center and the National Register listed section of the Irving Park Historic District to its south. Constructed in 1925, the classical revival style residence encompasses a 2 1/2 story side gable 7-bay main block of masonry construction with a 1-story flat roof brick addition at the northwest corner and a 2-story frame addition on the southwest corner, both constructed in the mid to late 20th century. Robust columns and pilasters with molded bases and Corinthians acanthus leaf capitals support the full height, flat roofed tetra-style portico that dominates the facade. Chinese Chippendale style portico roof balustrade comprises square posts with round finials spanned by diagonal slatted fretwork. The 5 bays, I see it a little better in this shot. The 5 bays beneath the portico were parged in the 1960s, a distinctive treatment not seen elsewhere in Irving Park. The Palladian style primary entrance features a central door flanked by narrow 6/6 sash with paneled spandrels, all framed by fluted pilasters. A molded round arched pediment with a fluted keystone, wood louver, sunburst tympanum, and fluted cornice surmount the wide single leaf 6-panel door. So we're going to take a tour around the house. So there's one addition, like dating to the 60s. This is part of the rear elevation. That white thing in the middle is the other addition, as well as the end bay. And that is the back part of the end bay, as well as the front part, which is a gable roof with a gable roof. And we're circling back to the front of this bit here. And it connects to the main block right there. So. And this is its garage, contemporary in date and style. The whole house is characterized by its finely crafted interior. Most rooms retain original volumes and finishes. On the first floor, the main block central section comprises a central reception and stair hall, flanked by the living room to the south and dining room to the north. The formal spaces are the most elaborately executed. Single and double leaf raised panel wood doors retain original brass hardware. Intact finishes include narrow wood floors, smooth plaster walls and ceilings, ornamental plaster cornices, paneled wainscoting, and molded baseboards, chair rails, and door and window surrounds. So that's just, there's the dining room, the library, and on the right is the living room. So during staff review, we kind of had a little bit of heartburn about the additions on this property. It kind of knocks off the symmetry, which is very character defining for this architectural style. So we wanted to see some comparable properties. So these 2 properties sit within those the same the 2 blocks that are where the whole house is located. On the right is actually Lemuel's brother's house and his wife, Charles and Nina. It sits at 2005 Granville Road. And then the other house is at 1810 Granville Road. These houses are in Irving Park. On the left is 303 Meadowbrook Terrace, designed by Charles C. Hartman in 1926 for physician James William Tankersley and his wife Bonnie. On the right is a house known as the Poplars, located at 409 Sunset Drive. It is the most sophisticated and expansive Irving Park residence executed in the classical revival style. Erected in 1914 by contractors Longest and Tessie per the plans of A. Raymond Ellis. So following the review of these comps, we feel that there are better examples with higher degrees of integrity than the whole house. So we do not recommend that the Lemuel and Marguerite whole house be placed on the state study list. You want to vote on that or keep going?
You going first, any questions about this house? Okay, keep going.
Okay, the last one.
Let's take a break.
The last one is the Dewey Huffines Senior House. It's in southeastern Rockingham County, south of Reidsville. So you probably can't see the pink outline. Maybe you can. You have good eyes, but that is the current 4.1 acre parcel that the new owners recently purchased. But you can see it's surrounded by farmland. Anyway, but this is a site plan of the house as well as its agricultural dependencies. A garage, pole barn, tobacco barn, tractor shed, granary, chicken coop, well house, and a livestock barn. So that's the historic photograph circa 1900 with the original front stoop. And that's what it looked like in that circa 2019. With, some modifications, most visibly the porch, but okay. So the Huffines house is described in the application as a Dan River interpreted Greek revival style house. Constructed circa 1850 for a Midland tobacco farmer in Rockingham County, the Huffines house is a 2-story, 3-bay frame house based on a center hall plan utilizing hand-hewn beams, sawn lumber, wooden peg, and box nails. The house is covered in weatherboard and sits atop a fieldstone foundation. A single shoulder brick chimney stands at each end of the house, and it has a low pitch hip roof with metal shingles. The house has double leaf front doors with 4 panels in each leaf that are surrounded by side lights and a transom. The windows are 6/6. There is a rear gable, which you see on the right, which apparently was placed post-bellum. The historic photograph, you can't really make it out, but there were apparently Tuscan columns that supported that low pitched gable roof. There's the end elevations, the floor plan. And this is kind of the money shot, really. So it's in the middle of a rehab that the homeowners are doing on their own. But this is the central stair with the transom side lights and gray woodwork. Let's see, constructed for William Huffines, the Huffine house remained in the family until 2019. From its construction until the mid-20th century, the Huffines made a living through the production and sale of tobacco. So again, here's some other interior finishes. And here is the man of the hour, Dewey H. Huffines Sr. He grew up in this house. He was born in 1899, died in 1973. He was a tobacco farmer and a well-known tobacco auctioneer. He was the grandson of William Huffines and the son of Jefferson Davis Huffines. Throughout the 1930s and 40s, Dewey's likeness and opinions were featured in numerous Lucky Strike cigarette advertisements. In a 1938 Lucky Strike advertisement, actress Betty Davis proclaimed that she smoked Lucky Strike cigarettes because she had, quote, heard the chant of the tobacco auctioneer on the radio and agreed with the tobacco experts who voted Lucky's a 2-to-1 favorite. The name and likeness of Dewey Huffines, a noted tobacco expert, was featured prominently in the advertisement. And that's it there in amazing Technicolor on the right, obviously. But there are some other advertisements for Lucky Strikes. In addition to his appearance in national magazine and newspaper advertisements for Lucky Strikes, Dewey's voice, as portrayed by an actor, was heard in Lucky Strike commercials on the Jack Benny and Jack Paar radio shows. Characterized as an ace tobacco auctioneer from Reedsville, North Carolina, who was born and raised in tobacco, Huffines shared his reasons why Lucky Strikes mean fine tobacco. But apparently that must be a secret because I was not in the application. The reasons why. Let's see. William Huffines, his son Jefferson Davis Huffines, and particularly his grandson, Dewey Hobson Huffines, were significant to the state of North Carolina as they contribute to the state's economic growth through the production, sale, and promotion of tobacco. Dewey Huffines, through his testimonies and advertisements and commercials, promoted North Carolina as the manufacturer of best quality and best flavored tobacco in the country. He brought national attention to his hometown. The property owners in their restoration efforts were researching Thomas Day and his woodwork that may be in the William Huffines house. The owners talked to Joe Limenstall. She, couldn't really say definitively that she didn't feel comfortable attributing the woodwork to Thomas Day. But I also can't say that it's not a possibility. Like many of the antebellum boom era homes in Caswell County, the William Huffines house features notable woodwork because of the similarity between the woodwork in the Huffines house, particularly the sidelights, transom, balusters, ramped handrail, and mantles. The woodwork in homes that are attributed to Thomas Day or his atelier, it has been suggested that the Huffines house may also exhibit the work of this master craftsman. So with all that said, staff recommends that Dewey Huffines Senior House be placed on the state study list for its association with tobacco grower and auctioneer Dewey Huffines. The application wanted us to consider architecture, but because of the lack of integrity at this point, we said we could amend the nomination at a later date, maybe once they're further along in their rehab. But I think that is it for me.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Smith.
You're welcome, Ms. Snow. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Smith, you're up.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
See. Almost there. Okay. So again, this afternoon, I'm presenting the study list application for the St. Matthew AME Church. It is located in the southeast corner of the state in New Hanover County, shown in red. The church is indicated with the red star and located east of downtown Wilmington, headed towards Wrightsville Beach. This is a closer look showing the current parcel with a solid black line. The star is again the church location on the rear of the site, and it's within a historically African-American community known as Wrightsville Sound. Here's a street view showing the setback of the church within the parcel. And I'll just mention briefly that it was built in 3 sections, starting on the east or the right side, the sanctuary, and then the little hyphen was an addition, and then there was later addition for the fellowship hall, which I'll talk about in more detail later. That's a good view of it. So originally, we received the study list application and was suggested under criterion B for its significance of association with the former church member Minnie Evans, a well-known African-American folk artist from the Wilmington area. Here are some examples of her artwork with common dreamy and visionary-like concepts. Her work is displayed in many museums, including the Smithsonian American Art Museum and the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Evans was the ticket taker at the Gatehouse at Airlie Gardens from 1948 to 1973 and often produced art and sold it in the gardens. And that's a picture of there doing her artwork at the Gatehouse. So the Gatehouse seen here on HPO Web, the map indicated by the green square, is most closely associated with her productive life and was study listed in 1995. The bottom right photo is the Bottle Chapel at Airlie Gardens, built in 2004 to honor Miss Evans. And although the church is not the most closely related property associated with Minnie Evans, we researched to see if the church could stand on its own merit. So I talked to the applicants and they were okay with us moving forward, looking at the church as significant without her association. I want to clarify that we didn't do it on our own. So St. Matthew AME Church has some Gothic revival influences with peaked or pointed windows, not really a lancet, obviously, but more simplistic in nature, and crenellation on the entry bell tower vestibule. It was first organized in 1881, and then it moved to its current location in 1909, when a frame church was rebuilt from a white congregation at the nearby Pembroke Jones estate. The brick veneer, tower, and entry steps were added in 1944. A small side L addition was constructed in 1959, and another addition was extended west for the fellowship hall in 1971. So we're just going to move around the building. This is the oblique side of the north elevation. East side of the original rectangular church. And I want you to notice the three-part colored panel windows. It's in the choir area of the church towards the back of the sanctuary there. The photo on the right is the oblique of the rear or north elevation. And here you have the back of the church, still the north elevation, and you're looking at the right foreground is the fellowship hall. So this is just a good example of showing the evolution of the church, 1909, then the little 1959 portion, and then the 1971 portion to its addition. So now we'll take a tour of the interior. You can see that this is the main sanctuary. Notice the original beadboard ceiling, diagonal beadboard wall design with pilaster dividers, stained glass windows, panels above, and the curved apse opening, leading to the pulpit and choir space. This is the pulpit and choir area. Notice the three-part window to the east. It's the one that I showed you from the exterior. And the image on the left is the west wall, and it has a door leading to the 1959 addition without the symmetrical matching three-part window, which possibly was moved into the 1959 space. And I'll show you that in another slide. Here we have, looking back to the front of the church, the brick area, though some of the colored glass has been replaced over the years, great care was taken and they were replaced with similar color and like in kind. And the windows do have an operable sash, so they are currently nailed shut for security reasons. One of the applicants is also the building and groundskeeper of the church. He took these images of the rafter space above the sanctuary. So you can see remnants of the earlier frame church, and perhaps the numbered boards were replacements from other buildings. Don't know exactly. He was interested to know what that meant. And though it's a bit dark, you can see at the end here, the brick bell tower of the frame section. And this is the 1959 edition with restrooms and an office. Here's the similar three-part window that I made note of that was likely in the choir section on the west wall and moved during construction. Just punch. And here we have the 1971 Fellowship Hall. Though there are modern windows, construction design include a triangular transom window over the front door entry. And the windows do mimic the original 1909 portion, which just is a nice design thing that they did to keep it looking the same. So though there are many African-American churches with later veneers and additions, the St. Matthew AME Church is a good example with a high degree of integrity. Its significance stems from the fact that many churches throughout the Jim Crow era were more than just a place of worship. African-American churches were a place of respite where members of the community could talk freely, govern their own finances, socialize, educate, and organize community events. This church had been a pillar in the Wrightsville Sound community since it moved there in 1909. Staff recommends the St. Matthew AME Church be placed on the study list for potentially criterion A in the areas of social history and Black ethnic heritage, and or C in the area of architecture. And the period of significance would likely be from the date of construction in 1909 through 1973 or the 50-year marks. That's all I have to say about the church. Any questions?
Questions?
Is that church in use now?
Yes, sir. Very much so. Apparently there's a church next door, and the two congregations are similar, even though it's a Baptist church, and they worship here on like the first and third Sunday, and the other one's the second and fourth. And apparently they don't know how long that's been going on, but that's just something that they do. And I don't know if that's more of a modern thing, a more historic thing. So I did look at the other church, the Primitive Baptist Church, I believe, and it had diminished integrity. So I don't think that they could have looked at them together. So just putting this one on the study list for now.
It could be, I know there's a tradition of having itinerant preachers come in, and so it could be that, that's how it.
Okay.
So it might be something to look into.
Okay.
Because they come through, every first and second or
Yeah.
second and third,
Yeah.
however they would arrange it. So it could be congregation. So for the Baptist church, it depends on how they're affiliated to what commission that or Congress they're affiliated with to get more information. But with the AME, it'll be easy to find out.
Okay.
And in Eastern North Carolina, that's quite common, is to have the churches, sharing a pastor of 2 or 3 or possibly even 4 churches. And they meet, they would in a circle.
And the word on the street was
Not for different denominations, so,
They could share the space,
yeah.
but it would be knowing that it's empty, that they wouldn't be worshiping on
Yeah.
the first and third.
Methodist and Baptist drink together.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to the Mount Vernon School.
Okay, so the Mount Vernon School is located in the vicinity of Iron Station, which is in rural Lincoln County. And here's a photo of it from about 6 weeks ago. This is a product of the Rosenwald Fund. It was completed in 1925, and it replaced a school that had been on the same site since at least 1902. It has a close modern and historic affiliation with the Mount Vernon Missionary Baptist Church, which we'll see in just a minute. And this school building was in use until the desegregation and school consolidation of Lincoln County in the 1960s. At that time, it was purchased by neighboring Mount Vernon Missionary Baptist Church, and it served as a fellowship hall and a community space affiliated with that church. In the 1970s, a lot of the historic materials that were used to construct the school were covered with synthetic materials, and you can see the exterior here has vinyl siding. However, the nonprofit group, the Mount Vernon Rosenwald School Project, is in the process of removing a lot of these later materials and restoring the school to its circa 1925 appearance. And this is the photograph that came along with the study list application by the deadline for this meeting. And here is an updated photograph that I just received last week. So just even in the last month, you see that that later application of vinyl siding has been removed from at least this primary elevation, and the nonprofit group that's working with the school is very committed to continuing the restoration of materials to the original construction of the 1925 school. All right, and here are original early photographs of the building, courtesy of the Fisk University Archive. You might notice that it has a lot of similarities to the Holt Chapel church school that we looked at earlier today. It was built on the same plan as that school, a 2-classroom plan with the industrial bay at the very front. The dual entrance with a vestibule and then cloakrooms at either end. And here's the Missionary Baptist Church with the very close physical proximity and also long shared social history between the two. And then again, looking at that, the floor plan again, I'm about to show you the interior photographs, and you'll see that this floor plan is still intact, and that the majority of the materials used to construct it have been uncovered more recently. So here we are, photographers standing at opposite ends, photographing forward into both classroom spaces. And then you can see that on the interior as well as the exterior now, even though the banks of windows have been lost, the framing for them is visible. And so there's a really solid, there's solid evidence of how to reconstruct the windows in the appropriate original configuration for these banks of windows. This is the industrial room, which in living memory, which I believe goes back to the 1950s, has been used as a kitchen space. But as we saw at Old Chapel earlier today, their industrial room was also something that, you know, instead of the word industrial, we might use the term like home economics more so. It does seem like a lot of the industrial rooms in this Rosenwald plan were more of always like a kitchen, a cooking, a home economics kind of teaching space. So that feels consistent here. And because of its association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of local history in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage in rural Lincoln County, staff is recommending placement of the Mount Vernon School in the study list as a potential candidate for the National Register under Criterion A. And we note that as of today, there are some integrity concerns that remain, most notably the loss of the distinctive banks of windows. However, the rhythm of those windows is visible on both the interior and exterior of the building. And so based on that and on consultation with our reviewers in Washington, we feel comfortable recommending the building as a good study list candidate under Criterion A. As restoration progresses, there may also be potential for C as well. But the building retains its overall form and footprint, its interior arrangement of rooms, and a lot of the exterior and interior fabric. So we think that even today, this is a good candidate, at least for education under Criterion A. And then our last property today is the Pilot Mountain West Main Street Historic District in Surrey County. And this encompasses the town's principal historic connector, that is West Main Street, that connects it to areas west and north. And it includes its most significant concentration of residential architecture, as well as many significant church buildings. Pilot Mountain began developed in the late 19th century and enjoyed steady development during the early and mid 20th century. So this district is proposed for the study list under criterion C for local significance in the area of architecture. And the presumed period of significance would span from roughly 1896 to about 1966. The earliest houses date from the late Victorian era. There was a fire in Pilot Mountain in 1896 that transformed a lot of the earlier landscape. Some of these earliest houses express a local interpretation of the Queen Anne style. There are a number of colonial revival style and craftsman style houses. There's also period revival cottages that are influenced by the Tudor revival style. And toward the end of the presumed period of significance, there are a few minimal traditional and ranch houses that were constructed. The majority of buildings in the proposed district are single-family dwellings, but some outliers include the 1896 Primitive Baptist Church, the 1922 First Baptist Church, which is the largest photo, and then the 1966 Pilot Mountain Friends Meeting House here in the corner. And that, I believe, is the newest, most newly constructed building in the proposed district. And then there's also the 1957 Charles H. Stone Memorial Library, which is has a very residential character to it. This is the boundary map that was sent in as part of the application. I color coded it because I thought it'd be easier for us to see and discuss. The yellow section is what the applicant is calling the core area. And then the blue and green sections are what have been identified as potential extensions of the district. The yellow area is representing the portion of town that has the highest material integrity. The blue and green areas are parts of town where the architecture is not quite as notable. The integrity of the houses is not quite as good to their eras of construction. And upon reviewing the application as a staff, this red boundary is what we felt was the strongest part of the proposed district. As you know, when we look at districts for the study list, we don't have to have a solid boundary. We know that boundaries are refined during the nomination process, but we do like to, as a staff, establish what we think is the most realistic and reasonable boundary so that, as information goes out to the public, they're getting what we believe to be the most realistic picture of what a district could look like. So this is just what we believe to be the concentration where the argument for it being the most significant and most highest area of highest integrity would be best made. We'll look here where West Main Street is meeting Old Westfield Road. Our issue with that particular area is that there's this big interchange with two commercial buildings here on the corner that are out of keeping with the character of the rest of the district. And so as you try to make that turn to the north on Old Westfield Road, it doesn't hang together quite as well as we would like it to. So that's a concern here. And then on the other end of the district, this, by the way, is where the downtown district that was listed in 2022 starts. Sorry, right here. That's where that starts. You run into some more modern commercial development with a CVS and this Hardee's. So there does appear to be a pretty distinct end to a potential district there. But the takeaway here is that staff does recommend the addition of the West Main Street Historic District to the study list under criterion C for architecture.
Any questions? Okay, we have 10 nominations. All of them are staff. Staff recommends approval of all of them except the whole house in Greensboro. Do I hear a motion on these houses? Properties. I have to stop saying housing and say properties.
I move we accept staff recommendation on all 10.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nays? They pass. I'd like to thank you for your patience today. Make sure you have signed your paperwork before you leave.
I know this.
Ferguson, I'm going to miss seeing you and the things that you have added to this committee over the years, especially when I first came on this committee. He informed me that I had to think about archaeology in every single nomination, and he taught me well. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Second? All in favor, stand up and pack up. Thank you again.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate it. I appreciate our staff as well.
Yeah, thank you.
We're very collaborative together and appreciate you all.